Good morning, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, officials from DBE, AGSA, FFC. We are just waiting for Chairperson to join the platform and then we will start. I hope you can hear me. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Morning, colleagues.
Thank you, honourable members. Good morning, Chairperson. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Brown. Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Thank you, Chair. We are able to start now. We have the quorum and everybody's on the platform. Thank you very much. I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Good morning to the members, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Department of Basic Education, led by the Minister and the Deputy Minister, Umalusi and SACE leadership, the FFC, AGSA, and all other entities that are part of our meeting today. I want to send a warm welcome to yourselves to our portfolio committee meeting. This is our term 3. We are going to be focusing on the annual reports of these entities and the AGSA report, but also we're going to be receiving a presentation from the FFC. We are going to start our meeting today, and then we are going to continue tomorrow in the afternoon. Colleagues, I thought one would want to start with a reflection on the oversight visit that we undertook as a portfolio committee last week. Firstly, to express our appreciation to the honorable members and our support team for the sterling work. Despite the long travels, I think it was prudent that we do this oversight and we reach the areas that we had as a committee agreed to do our oversight visit.
Recording in progress.
And I thought also we should extend this appreciation message to the Department of Basic Education for being with us from the first day of the oversight work until the last day. Is really appreciated. One of the things that I thought should be part of our reflections as we start this meeting is the importance of the reports that we're going to receive today. The annual report of the department is important because it gives us an account of the progress made on the commitments made by the basic education department. And it gives us an account of the financial management, the financial health, and the performance as they relate to critical or crucial service delivery programs that the department committed on in the beginning of the financial year. But one of the other reflections that one wanted to make was on the oversight visit itself. And these are just preliminary reflections because we still are going to process a close-up report. And we hope that we're going to process this close-up report together as a committee with the department being present. The preliminary reflections, honestly, colleagues, relates to, and one during this oversight visit, so one found herself going back to what you would speak about, or the historical journey that we have undertaken as a country from the 1951 ASIDI Commission report. A report that was undertaken by an ASIDI commission in 1951, which culminated into the Bantu Education Act of 1953. Now, our visit painted or saw us seeing a glaring picture of the legacy of this report. The schooling system, it's still divided according to racial lines. And this anthropologist who designed the education system ran by government, the then government, wherein education was aimed at training the Black child for the manual labor and menial jobs that the then government deemed suitable for those of their race. And an education system that was explicitly intended to inculcate the idea that Black people were to accept being subservient to white South Africans. Now, that report further placed funding of those schools from taxes paid by the communities they served. And this resulted in Black schools receiving only a small fraction of the amount of money that was available to white counterparts. Now, 71 years later, we have increased the footprint of schools in the rural communities and townships we have ensured that we have a uniform curriculum content. So we've changed the curriculum content. We've established a uniform curriculum content. We've had an education for all children compulsory. We've made sure that education of all our learners, all our children is compulsory, despite their race, despite where these children reside. We've also introduced no-fee schools. As a result, we've removed the barrier of poverty as a deterrent for Black children from attending schools, and many other progress that we have registered as a country 71 years later from this report. However, the excellent report and the picture remains. The infrastructure, the learner-teacher ratio, the funding, the curriculum support, and learning and teaching environment of a white learner is still far more superior than that of a Black learner. Now, what you call middle strata parents are still very frustrated because they are still unable to access the former Model C schools, which are a few kilometers from where they reside. Now, these schools are still reserved and they are preserved for the white learners only. Now, the Bella Bill identified language policy and aims to deal with this anomaly. However, we can have a conversation that goes beyond this language policy, because our observation, or my own observation to say, says that there is much more issues than just a language policy that is adopted by the school governing bodies for the schools. I do believe that there's a need for us to speak about the regulation and monitoring of placements of learners and admissions to any school in the country. I mean, as a young South African walking into township, rural farm and farm schools and interfacing with their challenges has really been a draining and a painful exercise. We can speak about many of our achievements as they relate to the provision of education. But I think the truth is we cannot speak about the provision of equitable basic education. I think we need to really have a discussion about the provision of equitable education. And the success in redressing the results of the past racially discriminatory laws and practices. I think if we do not pay attention to admissions and placement trends of the former Middle C schools, we really are not assisting the situation, and we really will not change the picture and the legacy of what the then government called the Bantu Education Act. We need to relook at our norms and standards. We need to relook at our quintile system and the support we give to the schools of the historically disadvantaged South Africans. Yes, I agree, Minister Indian, that we come a long way. We have come a serious long way, but the picture is perpetuated. So we are literally, so there is literally social reproduction of white children receiving better education support in quality environment than Black children. And this, in many areas, is by design. It is by design of those school governing bodies. And we have, in my own view, and this is my own reflection, this is my own view, and we have been applying a laissez-faire attitude towards this. So I do believe that this preliminary discussion, this preliminary reflections does give you an idea of how our trip went, how our oversight work went. And lastly, that we were very concerned with the conduct of the PEDs, which in both provinces decided really not to attend our oversight visits. And this was really concerning. It's really concerning given the fact that there's serious information that we would have requested information that would have empowered the portfolio committee to understand and comprehend the situation better. And we could not get that information as we requested that information. And I wanted to just say to the Department of Basic Education, up to today, serious information that we had requested, that we had promised that we will receive it. We'll receive it last week already, whilst we were still conducting the oversight visits. We have not received it. And I wanted to bring your attention as Basic Education to Section 56 of the Constitution, which speaks about evidence or information before the National Assembly. And it speaks about the powers of the Portfolio Committee as a committee of the National Assembly to receive, to summon any person to appear before it, to give evidence on an oath or affirmation or to produce documents. And that some of our powers are that we can require any person or institution to report to the committee, and that we can compel in terms of national legislation or the rules and orders any person or institution to comply with the summon requirement in terms of paragraph A and B. Now, I'm reminding the DB, because I know you know this provision, that can you please coordinate that information that we've requested and ensure that the provincial departments understand that the portfolio committee has a right to this information, because this information empowers us to efficiently and effectively conduct our oversight work and to ensure that we hold the executive accountable. I thought that I should start with these reflections. And of course, when we close out the report, we would have to have serious conversations, robust engagements on the picture that we had seen. Issues of other schools that have not received sufficient textbooks up to today. The fact that there are areas in the Western Cape where learners were only placed in schools in July. And this was information that we got from school principals. It's information that we got from the ground. The fact that in other areas we found parents waiting for us outside the schools, ready to protest. Parents had to wait many hours because in other areas we would arrive very late, many hours to raise their issues with the portfolio committee on the governance of the schools. The fact that you go to other areas, your township schools, your Joslovo school, schools, and you find that you still have a ratio of 1:40. And this was only prevalent in in the schools where historically disadvantaged South Africans go to. And that is why this raised serious concerns. And that is why I thought I should start with these reflections. However, given that our agenda is very long, I am going to go straight into the agenda and say to yourselves that although we appreciate your presence, we were seriously concerned with the conduct of the PETs in both provinces, who, to say the least and to try and be nice, they were very dodgy. They were dodgy, and they decided deliberately to not attend this oversight visit. As a result, they've really limited the portfolio committee in receiving crucial information on time so that they can interface with what we were meeting at the time. And I hope this does not become a culture. And I hope that in your conversations, in your own meetings with the PEDs, in your own platforms, you raise this issue and you assist us because we still have a long way to go. We still have 5 years to go. And I don't believe that, and this is what I even said when we were during the oversight, that I do not believe that kind of interaction between ourselves and the departments was a fruitful one, on the basis that, to say the least, the PEDs were not there. So the portfolio committee members in many areas, in many instances, were agitated because they needed information and they needed some form of accountability and they could not get it. And I don't think that's how we should relate, and that's how we should interact when we conduct oversights moving forward. So I hope that message is taken through to the PETs. But also beyond that, we will create space within our program to meet specifically with the Western Cape Department and the Northern Cape Department to deal with specific issues that we picked up when we were doing oversight. And we hope that the department has taken notes because they were with us, and they will join us and also provide or shed light on the specific issues that we would have picked up. Now, let's go into the agenda. Mr. Brown, can we go into the agenda? Can we fly to the agenda? Our agenda for today, we are going to receive presentations, and we're going to start with the Finance and Fiscal Commission. The Finance and Fiscal Commission will be followed by the AGSA, and then we will take lunch or take a break, and then we will then receive the presentation from DBE Internal Audit Committee. Now, having welcomed you and having done the reflections, I want to check with members of the Portfolio Committee if we can adopt the agenda for today. Members?
Chair.
Honorable Law.
Thank you very much. I rise to adopt the agenda.
Honorable Law adopts the agenda. Any seconder?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and presenters. I stand to support the adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the agenda is duly adopted. Mr. Brown, do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have received apologies for Honorable Komane and Honorable Ngubeni, but I thought I saw on the platform earlier, but she has submitted an apology. Chairperson, I've also received an apology for Honorable Webster, and then apology that Minister Rube will be joining us a bit later this morning. And I believe that Deputy Minister may be on the platform and may have to leave us a bit earlier this morning, Chairperson. Those are the apologies. Thank you. I see Honorable Ngubeni is currently present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. The other apology is of...
Sorry, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. No, I just wanted to say I haven't submitted apologies. I am present in today's meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that's noted. I think we should correct that, Mr. Brown. The other apology, it's Honorable Mube. She is joining the meeting, but I do know that she did mention she has a doctor's appointment at 11. But she will be part of our meeting. She did mention that she will try not to disrupt the meeting, but she does have that appointment, and that is noted. In terms of our agenda, can we go to the first presentation from the FFC? Welcome. You just introduce yourself and introduce your team, and then you go straight into the presentation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to honorable members, deputy ministers, executive management from Department of Education, and executive managers from Omalusi, and our colleagues in the AG office. My name is Tulani Duncan Nduli. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of FFC. I'm representing the chairperson, Dr. Mbaba, who is unable to attend due to another commitment, and I'm putting forward her apology through you, chairperson. As instructed by yourself, Chairperson, I am with a team here that will be making the presentation. I'm having a manager from FFC, that is Sasa Peters, and I'm having Mr. Neo Malungani, who is a researcher. I'm also having Fabrice Guatabuyege, as a researcher. I'm also having a parliamentary and stakeholder manager, Mr. Henry Extian. Chair, I don't want to waste the committee's time. I will, through your permission, Chair, request Sasha to take the committee and the department through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
That is fine, Mr. Tulani.
Thank you, Mr. Ntuli, and good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of the Department, and all colleagues present on the platform this morning. As mentioned, my name is Sasha Peters, and I'll be taking you through the first part of our presentation before handing over to my colleagues, Neo Malungani and Fabrice Gatwa-Boyege, to take you through our input. Chair, we'll start off by highlighting the mandate of the FFC. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as members will be aware, the Financial and Fiscal Commission is a constitutional body that is established under Chapter 13 of the Constitution, specifically sections 220 to 222. And our primary mandate is to make recommendations to Parliament and the 9 provincial legislatures in terms of 6 sections listed in the Constitution. As members will see those 6 bullet points there. So our research and recommendations relates to the equitable share and allocations of revenue. It covers provincial guarantees, provincial taxes, municipal fiscal powers and functions, and provincial and municipal loans. And our primary stakeholders and who we account to and table our research and recommendations with is Parliament and the 9 provincial legislatures. Chair, I think it's also important to note that legislation in relation to any of the 6 clauses listed on that slide may only be enacted after the advice and recommendations of the FFC have been considered. So in a nutshell, that is our mandate. If we move to the next slide. Next slide, please, Andy. Chair, the committee's letter to the Financial and Fiscal Commission requested a focus on 3 aspects, namely expenditure patterns in respect of infrastructure, number 2, expenditure patterns in respect of non-infrastructure conditional grants, and thirdly, a commentary around the issue of equity in education. And as members will see from that slide, the structure of our presentation is guided by those 3 aspects. We're just waiting for the slides to move. Chair, if you'll allow me, perhaps I can just flight the slides. We seem to be having, my colleague seems to be having a problem with flighting the slides. I'll quickly just try and flight it.
Yes, that's fine. And colleagues, as I had mentioned that our presentations are many and they are long. I'm not going to give you time restrictions, but just be very cautious of time because we need to give honorable members an opportunity to thoroughly engage with your presentations. Thank you.
Apologies, Chairperson and members.
Sorry about that, Chair. Let me get to the correct slide. Okay, there we go. Okay. So Chair, we'll start by taking members through the expenditure patterns underpinning basic education infrastructure. And in the basic education sector, there are three primary sources of funding for infrastructure. The first is from the provincial equitable share allocation. Each province receives this, and I will show in later slides that funding from the source is quite limited insofar as infrastructure spending is concerned. Then we have funding from conditional grants, and in the basic education sector, there are two key infrastructure grants. They are the School Infrastructure Backlogs Grant, and this is the grant through which the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, or ASIDI, is funded. And then the second conditional grant is the Education Infrastructure Grant, or EIG. And we will take members through the expenditure patterns related to these primary sources of infrastructure funding. Now, before coming to the expenditure trends, the next few slides contextualize the policy and regulatory regime underpinning basic education infrastructure. And so we provide a snapshot of the education infrastructure delivery statistics to date. So when it comes to school infrastructure, government is bound by the minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure that have been in place since 2013. And these regulations provide guidance on the basic infrastructure that must be present in each school, as well as the timeframes by when this infrastructure must be in place. So the table on the slide provides an overview of the main requirements of the norms and standards on school infrastructure, as well as the anticipated dates for achievement of each of those requirements. So I won't go through all of it, but just quickly, all inappropriate school buildings, and when we talk about inappropriate, we refer to those built from mud, asbestos, metal, or wood, as well as schools that do not have access to any form of basic services, such as a power supply, water supply, or sanitation. These aspects needed to have been addressed by 2016, so about 8 years ago. Then by 2020, all schools should have had as a minimum availability of sufficient classrooms, access to not any form of power, but they needed to have electricity, water, and sanitation, along with electronic connectivity and perimeter security. And then by 2023, all schools needed to have library and laboratory facilities. So the next few slides show current access to the different types of infrastructure as required in the norms and standards. And on this slide, there are two key points that we want to emphasize. So firstly, as noted in the 2024 Education Facility Management System report, as at 2024, all schools have access to some form of electricity, water, and sanitation. But following on from that point, the second point we want to raise is that access alone is not enough. And what we also need to focus on is quality of that access to basic education infrastructure. And we make this point with reference to the fact that there are still schools in South Africa that have pit latrines as their only source of ablution. And the figure on that slide illustrates this and shows the number of schools with pit latrines as the only source of ablution. And it shows that data by province for 2018, 2019, 2021, 2023, and
recording stopped.
2024. Now, the various types of ablution that a school could have include your flush toilets, mobile toilets, or chemical toilets. The undesirable form of ablution, which endangers the safety of learners, is the pit toilet.
Recording in progress.
Which, as members will know, is not indicative of quality, safe infrastructure. In terms of the education infrastructure norms and standards, pit latrines are not allowed at schools. But what we see when we look at the last three bars in the figure on that slide, it shows that at 2018, which is the blue bar, 4,358 schools in South Africa had pit latrines as their only source of ablution. This improved and went down to 728 schools in 2023, which is the yellow bar. And it's gone down even further to 287 in 2024, which is that last green colored bar. So this consistent reduction is positive. But Chair and members, we need to go even further and ensure that those provinces and schools where these types of ablutions exist are assisted, and that those pit latrines are eradicated. And these sites where pit latrines are still in existence are located mainly in the Eastern Cape, which according to the statistics, there exist 174 sites that have pit toilets as their only option. KZN has 88 sites where pit toilets are the only form of ablution, and Limpopo has 25 schools where pit latrines are the only form of ablution. Moving to the next slide. Now, the infrastructure norms and standards also have requirements in relation to the other forms of education infrastructure that are important, such as laboratories, libraries, sports facilities, and computer labs. And this next slide looks at the percentage of schools without access to these facilities. And we look at it over a 5-year period, covering again 2018, 2019, 2021, and then 2023 to 2024. Now, as at 2024, 65.9% of schools do not have computer centers. The majority of schools, or 82.4% of schools, do not have science laboratories. And, you know, it's therefore questionable as to how successful we can be as a country in promoting and growing the next generation of leaders in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, when most schools don't have a laboratory where learners can conduct experiments and be exposed to the practical aspect of STEM education. Then 74% do not have libraries, and this, of course, is a major concern given the results from the 2021 PIL study, which indicated that 81% of grade 4 learners are unable to read for meaning. Then 82.6% do not have sports facilities. So as members will see, with respect to these forms of infrastructure, there is still significant work that remains to be done. Chair, this next slide provides a provincial view of the statistics presented on the previous slide. So it provides the percentage of schools without those facilities across the 9 provinces. And we've just included 3 years there. But as is clear from that slide, all 9 provinces have schools that do not have these facilities. But I think the point that we want to drive home with this slide is that the severity of the lack of access in certain provinces. And the lack of these facilities seems to be particularly severe in schools located in the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and the Northern Cape. So, for example, as at 2024, 88.4% of schools in the Eastern Cape do not have computer centers. 92.6% of Eastern Cape schools, 93.7% of schools in Limpopo, and 89.7% of schools in the Northern Cape do not have laboratories. Similarly, with respect to library facilities, in excess of 90% of schools in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, and 80.4% of schools in the Northern Cape are without these facilities. So there are definitely certain provinces that are consistently harder hit by lack of access to education infrastructure than others. Moving to the next slide. Chair, with this slide, we wanted to emphasize the importance of quality access and not just access by itself. So the data that we found on the DBE website shows the number of schools that are fortunate enough to have libraries facilities, which is the blue bar in that figure. And then of those schools that have libraries, what the orange or reddish colored bar shows is the number of those libraries that are actually stocked with books and other stock that school libraries should have. And you can see the discrepancies between the two. So let's take the example of the Free State. Now, most of the schools in the Free State have access to libraries. So at 2024, the number of schools that have a library is 645. But then of that 645, only 201 of those libraries are actually stocked. In percentage terms of the 645 libraries, 31% are stocked and 69% are not stocked. So we just want to emphasize that for the committee in its oversight work, the importance of stressing quality access and not just access by itself. Chair, we now move to the funding instruments. As I mentioned, there are two main infrastructure funding instruments alongside the PES, but we'll start with the conditional grants. The first is the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant, and this grant provides funding for the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, or ASIDI. Now, ASIDI was introduced back in 2011-12, and it has three key aims, which is to eliminate backlogs in school infrastructure, upgrade schools to ensure compliance with the infrastructure norms and standards, and also to eradicate inadequate, unsafe, and poor physical infrastructure. So at the point when the conditional grant was established, the intention was that the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant would be a temporary intervention. So it was scheduled to end numerous times and merged with the other important infrastructure funding instrument, which is the Education Infrastructure Grant. But due to the performance of the grant and the fact that it has not consistently met and completed what it was intended for, the lifespan of the grant has been extended many times, and so it is still with us. And an important aspect to keep in mind with the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant is that it is an indirect grant. So firstly, as members will know, conditional grants are allocated to provinces and municipalities to fund the implementation of national priorities. And generally in South Africa's IGFR system, conditional grants are they are direct and flow from a national sector department to a province or municipality to spend and deliver in line with the conditions attached to the grant. But with indirect grants, like the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant, the national sector department spends and implements on behalf of the subnational government. And usually indirect grants are used where there are concerns around the capacity of the subnational government to implement an intervention or program. Research that the FFC has conducted on the use of indirect grants is that they do not necessarily perform better than direct grants. In actual fact, our analysis showed that they perform more poorly than direct grants. So we should not assume that, where there's an indirect grant that performance will just automatically be better. We now turn to the performance of the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant, and this slide illustrates the level of spending since inception in 2011-12 up until 2023-24. And the figure shows the total budget that has been made available for spending in each of those years. So that's the blue bar, and it also shows this allocation relative to the growth in the available budget, which is reflected by the red trend line. Now, since 2011-12, when this grant was established, a total of just under 17 billion has been allocated via the Schools Infrastructure Backlogs Grant to fund the ASIDI program. Generally, over the period, we see a sort of up-down pattern that has characterized the growth in allocations to this grant. But more specifically, since 2020-21, when this grant experienced significant growth, allocations have largely been on a declining trend. In 2023-24, it is projected that the allocation to this grant declined by 12.3%. We now look at the spending performance of the school's infrastructure backlogs grant. And when we refer to spending performance, we refer to the extent to which the allocated budget has been spent. So in the figure on the slide, we have the allocation indicated by the blue bar, the expenditure indicated by the orange bar, and the percentage of the allocation that was spent, which is shown by the trend line. And in terms of spending performance in 2023-24, 97.4% of the allocated budget to the school infrastructure backlogs grant was spent. More broadly, we see that over the last 3 years, spending performance has improved and remained in excess of 90% of the allocated budget. But Chair, because spending means very little unless accompanied by solid service delivery performance, we have also looked at the outputs of the ASIDI program and looking at DBE annual reports. The table at the top of the slide provides a sense of the delivery targets that the Department of Basic Education has set for this program relative to actual delivery. And members will see that back in 2018 and 2019, alignment between targets and performance or actual delivery was quite poor. But we do see that picture starting to change somewhat around 2020-21. Take, for example, the numbers for 2021-22. We see that the department either met or exceeded its targets. And a similar performance is recorded for 2022-23 and 2023-24. The figure at the bottom of that slide shows the percentage of targets that have been delivered. And the figure shows that from 2020-21 onwards, which is the gray bar, there has been a general improvement relative to 2018 and 2019. But what we also want to emphasize is that while we can comment on spending performance and the extent to which delivery targets have been met, but this is not a reflection of the quality of delivery on the ground. So again, we stress that that oversight in terms of quality of the services provided remains very critical. Chair, the second and larger infrastructure grant in the education sector is the Education Infrastructure Grant, or EIG. Now, this grant has multiple education-related objectives, which include accelerating the construction, maintenance, upgrading and rehabilitation of new and existing infrastructure, enhancing capacity to deliver infrastructure in education, and addressing damaged education infrastructure. So this conditional grant has more of a focus on maintenance and repairs, but importantly, it's also geared, as you'll see in that last sub-bullet, it's also geared at ensuring that infrastructure targets as per the norms and standards are met. Now, the Education Infrastructure Grant is a supplementary grant, which means that provinces receive this conditional grant, but they are also required to make contributions from their own money, which is largely comprised of the funding they receive via the provincial equitable share allocation. If we move to the next slide, the figure at the top of that slide presents the allocation to the EIG since inception, which was also in around 2011-12 up until 2023-24. Over this period, a total of 112 billion has been channeled through the EIG. The red line in that figure illustrates the year-on-year growth in allocations. And again, we see the up 1 year down the next sort of trend in growth that we saw with the school's infrastructure backlogs grant. And similar to the school's infrastructure backlogs grant, the Education Infrastructure Grant also shows a slowdown in growth. And for 2023-24, a decline of 2.5% in the allocation. So the funding available for education infrastructure via the two central funding streams both seem to be quite constrained in the last 3 years. Then the figure at the bottom of that slide illustrates the education infrastructure grant amount as a percentage of the total education infrastructure spending per province. Now, we've just shown the data for 1 year, 2023-24. And the reason we wanted to show this data is to illustrate the strong reliance of the provincial education departments on the education infrastructure grant funding for funding education infrastructure. Except for the Western Cape, Mpumalanga, and to a lesser extent, KZN, provinces provide very little own funding towards infrastructure. This is particularly clear from the Northern Cape, which relies 100% on grant funding, and the Northwest, where 99.7% of education infrastructure funding is from the education infrastructure grant. And obviously the challenge with such heavy reliance on intergovernmental funding is that it makes the province especially vulnerable to the volatilities that impact national funding. Moving to the next slide. This slide provides a sense of the spending performance of the EIG. This conditional grant has a sort of longer record of healthy spending performance over the years, with the exception of 2020-21, which could be the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Spending of this grant has been in excess of 90%, implying that the bulk of the allocated budget has been spent. So the funds to the education infrastructure grants have largely been spent, as we saw on the previous slide. This slide provides a sense of what we've bought with the money. The conditions attached to the education infrastructure grant require that all receiving departments allocate no less than 60% of the grant funding towards preventative and corrective maintenance. So what we did is we took the spending relative to performance in terms of the maintenance targets across the 9 provinces. And we see that the Northwest, Eastern Cape, and to a lesser extent, Mpumalanga, have spent almost the entire education infrastructure grant amount, but has not performed well in terms of meeting the maintenance target. So oversight attention should perhaps be concentrated on these provinces. On the other hand, we have provinces like the Western Cape, KZN, and Gauteng, where the funds have been spent and all maintenance targets have also been met. But once again, we highlight that this is not a comment on the aspect of the quality of the maintenance that has been conducted. Chair, I'll now hand over, with your permission, to my colleague Nayo, who will take members through the next section of our presentation. Thank you.
That's fine, but I'm just pleading that we are a bit faster because the presentations were received so that we were able to adhere to time.
Thank you, Chairperson, and all members on the platform. So in the next section of the presentation, we focus on expenditure patterns of non-infrastructure conditional grants. Next slide, please. So in the next 2 slides, the focus is on the establishment and purpose of these non-infrastructure conditional grants, starting with the National School Nutrition Program, which aims to improve the nutrition of school children, enhance their learning capacity, and increase attendance by providing free daily meals. So I won't really go through why some of these grants are established. However, going into the next slide, we also see that the ECD grant, with the establishment of the ECD grant, the purpose was to enhance poor children's access to early childhood development programs, improve infrastructure, increase subsidies, support providers, and pilot low-cost centers for health and safety requirements. Next slide, please. So in the next slide, looking at allocations and growth rates for these conditional grants, generally over the recent past, we see that the Department of Basic Education has overseen the administration of these grants, as we highlighted in the above slides, and this excluded the ECD grant. However, with the a shift of the early childhood development grant function from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education. We have also seen the ECD conditional grant being added to the list of grants overseen by the Department of Basic Education. So detailing the figures as presented in the table on the slide, we note that the department's largest conditional grant is the National School Nutrition Program, which is allocated 9.4 billion as of 2023-24. This is followed by the ECD grant, which stands at just over 1.2 billion in the same period. It is also important to note that over the years, we have witnessed the slow growth of the Learners with Profound Intellectual Disability grant until it picked up in 2020-21, therefore rendering the HIV/AIDS Life Skill Education grant the smallest grant in the DBE list of conditional grants, with an allocation of over 216.1 million in 2023-24. So the bottom side of the table contains the year-on-year growth in the non-infrastructure the grants over the period 2015-16 up until 2023-24. So overall, the trend here is that in 2023-24, all non-infrastructure grants declined except for the National School Nutrition Program, which experienced a significant growth of 9.5% between 2022 and 2023-24. The grant, therefore, the grant with the largest reduction is the Early Childhood Development Grant, which decreased by 13.4% between the same period. Therefore, what we note is that the depicted growth profile of this grant raises concerns over service delivery outcomes in the sector. Next slide. So in this slide, we present spending performance of these grants. So what we see here is that generally over the years, the spending of these grants has been aligned with budgets. So, however, there are 2 points that we would like to make concerning the performance of these grants. So the first is that focusing purely on the aggregate performance of these grants can be misleading. So it is always important to get a sense of how the 9 provinces are performing, as this is where implementation of these grants occurs. Emphasizing more on that, we take, for example, the Learners with Profound Intellectual Disability grant. At aggregate level, we see that spending was 95%, yet in the Northwest, only 76% of the budget was spent, and in Free State, only 77% of the budget was spent. The same pertains to ECD grant, whereby on average spending nationally is 99%, but in Northwest, but the Northwest province was able to spend only 79% of its allocation. So it is important to disaggregate the high-level trends. The second point that we want to emphasize in this regard is that as part of oversight activities, we would like to emphasize that spending performance be looked at relative to service delivery performances and aspects of quality. Let's take the National School Nutrition Program grant, for example. So on average, 99.3% of the allocated budget for this grant was spent in 2023-24. And when we do an analysis at a provincial level, all 9 provinces have spent more than 90% of their budget. But then we remember that there were instances reported that we have seen where many learners experienced difficulties in accessing daily meals via the National School Nutrition Program. So overall, it is important to monitor and evaluate these different measures of performance, and to always be thinking about the impact on beneficiaries of these interventions. Next slide, please. So in this slide, Chair, what we attempted was to provide a summary of some of the challenges that affect these grants. So firstly, looking at the National School Nutrition Program, we discovered, also stated in reports, that issues relating to supply chain are prevalent, especially having to do with the 3 quotation process, maintaining stock registers, and the lack of school nutrition committees. One of the key challenges to note in the Math Science and Technology grant is the lack of facility equipment, as my colleague Sasha has mentioned, which at times is due to theft and vandalism, but often attributed to lack of resources. In terms of learners with profound to severe intellectual disabilities, some of the dominant challenges cutting across provinces include lack of psychologists to provide learners with therapy and difficulties in conducting needs assessment for assistive devices and procuring those devices. And finally, with the ECD grant, only the cost containment that negatively affects delivery has been flagged as a challenge. On that note, Chair, I'll hand over to my colleague Fabrice to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Nero, and good morning, Chair and honorable members of the platform. So I'll start off by looking at the per learner funding when it comes to basic education. So just as we had norms and standards for school infrastructure, with respect to funding, the South Africa National Norms and Standards for School Funding is also a central cog in the DBE's plan to bring about a more equitable approach to school funding framework. So as members will know, the norms and standards take a quantile-based approach to funding, where quantile 1 includes the neediest schools and quantile 5 relates to the most affluent schools. So according to the norms and standards, learners in quantiles 1, 2, and 3 are not required to pay school fees. So each year, the DBE sets the targets per learner amount for each of the quantiles, and the provincial education departments then have to fund the learners in accordance with these nationally set amounts. Looking at the next slide, the table details the nationally set targets or thresholds amounts for each of the quantiles over the period of 2020 to 2024. If we focus on the last row at the bottom of the table, it indicates the nationally set target or threshold amount. So as you'll see for 2024, provinces are required to allocate 1,672 in respect for each learner within schools falling in quantiles 1 to 3. For quantile 4, the national threshold amount is 883 Rand per learner, and for quantile 5, it is set at 289 per learner. The slide further shows that the 9 provinces have been funding what the 9 provinces have been funding relative to those targets. So what you'll see is the performance is variable across the provinces. So if we look at the 2024 figures, the majority of provinces are funding in accordance with the nationally determined which represents a definite improvement relative to previous years where we've presented to this committee. What you'll also see is that some of the provinces fund specific quantiles higher than the set amounts. So for instance, the Western Cape funds all quantiles above the minimum threshold amounts, whereas the Northern Cape funds its quantiles 4 and quantile 5 schools above the minimum amounts. The table also shows that for Gauteng, it funds quantile 5 schools at 838 Rand per learner, as opposed to 289 for the minimum threshold in 2024. Then you also have provinces that have consistently funded below the threshold amounts. So the two that to highlight here is KZN, where it has performed below the set amounts for quite a period of time. And then the second province is Mpumalanga. So overall, what we want to highlight here is that there have been some improvements, but it's important that this issue should receive the continued attention of the committee going forward. The next slide speaks to just the recent legislative amendments. As Chair and honorable members, you'll be aware with the South African Schools Act and the inclusion of grade R as the compulsory starting age for basic education in the country. And what we want to just highlight here is that with this, it will increase the number of learners, and therefore it necessitates the need for additional school infrastructure. As you'll see on the next slide, it just gives a snapshot in terms of what the infrastructure picture looks like when it comes to basic education. So given the anticipated increase in the number of learners as a result of those, the legislative amendments, there will be that need for additional infrastructure such as classrooms. So if we look at the DBE's costing documentation, that noted that 23,277 schools in South Africa, and 70% of which offer grade R. Now, while they offer grade R, that does not mean all of them actually have grade R facilities. So if we delve further into the DBE statistics, we found that only 37% of the 16,471 schools offering grade R actually have grade R classrooms. 9% use other means to provide grade R, so that can include things such as a mobile classroom. 6% of these schools also have plans underway to provide grade R classrooms. So overall, this means that 48% or 7,888 schools still need grade R classrooms. And the greatest need, as you'll see on the table below, lies within the Eastern Cape and Limpopo provinces. The provision of grade R classes to those 7,888 schools is projected to cost close to 12.4 billion. And the funding sources that can help in this infrastructure development is from existing sources such as the PES, the Education Infrastructure Grant, as well as the School Infrastructure Backlog Grant. The next slide just speaks to the 4 additional aspects that the FFC would like to highlight that have cost implications attached to the legislative amendments. Now, I won't go through all of them in detail, but I just want to highlight just a few. So with respect to things like learner education, so what we've noticed here is that there tends to be a gap between the learners who are eligible for learner transport and those who actually receive the service. So this is an important area of attention that requires continued oversight as we move into this new legislative amendments being implemented. On the National School Nutrition Program, what we would like to highlight here is that with the growth in the learners due to the expansion of compulsory years of schooling, the demand for National School Nutrition Program is set to increase. So what the question posed here is that whether these additional costs have been factored in. And lastly, when looking at learners with special education needs. So this, again, is an area where learners with special educations would need to be accommodated through specialized types of learner-teacher support materials, such as assistive devices, as the number of grade R learners increases. The next slide just highlights some of the research that the FFC has done with respect to learner transport and learner teacher support materials. So this was done as part of our annual submission for the 2024-25 Division of Revenue. So what we found here is that both learner teacher support material and learner support have been subject to litigation. And in both cases, the courts have found firstly, in the case of LTSM, that access to textbook per learner per subject at the start of the school year is part and parcel of the right to basic education, as enshrined in our Constitution. Similarly, with respect to learner transport, the courts have also found that transport for learners who live far from school or who cannot afford the cost of transport must be provided at the state's expense. So there is a constitutional legal imperative for the government to provide access to these aspects. Some of the findings emanating from our research on these inputs include the following. So with respect to learner teacher support material, there's a need for an approved national policy on learner teacher support material. What we also found is that funding is not always linked to changing learner teacher support material needs of learners in different grades. With respect to learner transport, the key drivers of growth and demand for learner transport include school rationalization program, particularly in rural provinces, and new human settlements developments, so mainly in predominantly urban areas. Then the total amount of learners qualifying for learner transport are, in most cases, far above the number targeted, while the number of learners actually benefiting is always above the number of learners targeted. So the difference between the two, between the number of learners targeted and those actually benefiting is tends to be accommodated through overloads on within these transport vehicles. So Chair and honorable members, just to conclude our presentation, we'd like to highlight that South Africa is legally bound to provide educational infrastructure that meets the standards stipulated in the minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure. What you've seen is that since 2011, 2012, close to 152 billion has been allocated to fulfill the requirements of the norms and standards. And while there have been improvements in expanding access to education infrastructure, there still remain significant gaps. The FFC also reiterates that its 2001 recommendation that a costed norm approach needs to be adopted, where a full costing exercise should be undertaken by all provinces, particularly in the provision of education and health. And regarding the recent amendments to the South African School Act, increasing grade R learners will place pressure on the whole basic education. So for example, not only for classrooms and teachers, but on infrastructure such as ablution facilities, on learner-teacher support material, learner transport, the National School Nutrition Program, and also education needs. On the next slide, we want to highlight that regarding equity, the FFC reiterates its recommendation that was made in our annual submission for the 2023-24 Division of Revenue, that the government needs to protect the redistributive nature of basic education system, particularly in the face of potential basic education budget constraints. And to this end, specific provinces have been experiencing ongoing pressures when it comes to being able to fund learners in line with the national norms and standards for school funding. Underfunding has the implication for critical input which reinforces the education gap. For provincial budgets must be adjusted to bring the per learner funding in line with the national threshold amounts, especially in the cases of those learners in the quintiles 1 to 3 school. And lastly, while focus on spending and delivery performance are important, to consider the aspect of quality is essential and must be strongly emphasized when it comes to oversight activities. So Chair and honorable members, that concludes the presentation by the FFC. We thank you for your time, and I'll hand over to the Chair of the committee to take us through the next steps of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The team of FFSC is led by Mr. Ntuli. We are going to take the next presentation by AGSA as per the agenda. And then we will then take discussions, clarity seeking questions, and then we will release the two entities as we go to DBE presentation. AGSA, are you here? Are you ready?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Yes, we are here. We are ready.
Okay, you can introduce the team and then start with your presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to yourself and the honorable members. The Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Basic Education, the executive leadership, management of the department and the entities, and all the colleagues that are present today. Chair, I just need the presentation to go up. Mr. Kola, if you can put it up. Chair, today I think I'm accompanied by a bigger delegation of the AGSA. I have as one of the delegates, Mr. Dr. Rambau, who is the senior manager in the Auditor-General's office. He's an education specialist, has been working with the sector for quite some time. I also have Mr. Rinkrobla, who's the senior manager in our office responsible for the audit of basic education. I have Mr. Kola Kotlagala, who's a project lead for the basic education audit. I also have Mr. Chloe Choshi, the senior manager responsible for the information system technology audit from the Auditor-General's office. I also have Mr. Stembiso, who's a quantity surveyor, the senior manager responsible for the audit of infrastructure across the country in the Auditor-General's office. Honorable Chair, this morning in the pack that we are bringing to you, we basically have about 2 sets of the presentation. The first part deals with basic education, the National Department of Basic Education, Umalusi and SACE. You remember that both Umalusi and SACE are not audited by the Auditor-General, they're actually audited by private firms, but we incorporated their results in our presentation. And the second part of the presentation speaks to the work that we've done in the sector. We're therefore bringing the complete picture across the country, across all 9 provinces. We've done a lot of work outside of the financial management, outside of compliance, and the audit of performance information. We've covered ECD, we've covered infrastructure, we've covered curriculum implementation, chair, and the school performance, among other areas that we had dealt with for the financial year 23-24. Kola, if you can just go to the mission of the AGSA, just a reminder, Honorable Chair, of who we are and what we do. That our core responsibility is that we are the external auditors of government. We are responsible for the audit of all government entities, from national departments right up until local government. And really, you would see that we exist in the main to strengthen democracy by enabling oversight. So Portfolio Committee remain one of our biggest stakeholders, in the sense that the work that we do, it is shared with the Portfolio Committee, so that when you exercise your oversight responsibility, you at least cognizant of what came out of the financial management audit, including compliance and performance of the departments and all other entities. In summary, you would see that the work that we do cover 3 main areas that we express in the audit report. So we will cover financial management. There we express an opinion, and we will speak to whether you are qualified, unqualified, adverse, and the likes. But we also have a second section that speaks to the compliance with laws and regulation, that we express a view on in terms of whether the departments or the entities complied or not. But in there, we don't audit all legislation. We select on an annual basis, Honorable Chair, and therefore we'll focus our audit on those particular areas. But you would know that supply chain is always one of our focus areas because of the dynamics that we are facing in the country. We also do a lot of work on performance information. We do not express a view on the service delivery, but we would be able to inform you whether the annual performance plan of the department, of all the entities, are actually useful. And we also talk to whether the annual performance report is reliable, meaning can you make reliable decisions based on the contents of those reports. Chair, in our audit report, we also have a section where we reflect on the internal control, not necessarily the findings, but really just indicating what facilitated the audit outcome. But outside of that, we've been doing a lot of work in the basic education sector in particular. I think in the slides, we are picking up a journey from 2014 in particular, just to highlight some of the work that we've done in the sector, beyond just an expression of an opinion in the financial management and compliance and audit of performance information. Like I said, we would have called it sector work, but we pick up the focus areas on an annual basis and therefore perform it across board. So meaning from National Department of Basic Education right into the provinces. If I go to the next slide in particular, Honorable Chair, just a reminder of the accountability ecosystem, because the Auditor-General work enable oversight and accountability. We are cognizant that we are not necessarily operating in isolation. We're not the only one in the ecosystem. And therefore, our emphasis in our audit is that for a successful institution, whether being a department or a public entity, it would mean that everybody must do their part as allocated in the legislation. And therefore, this ecosystem of stakeholders reflect the key role players that would actually make a successful sector, a successful department, or a successful entity. We are highlighting those that are internal, starting from the role of an accounting officer as embedded in the public finance, in the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act, the role of the senior management internally, but importantly, the role of internal audit and audit committee before we get out of the institution and we start speaking about other coordinating ministries, including treasuries and the likes, and also the role of parliament. In so doing, making sure that we are able to propel a progressive effort in making sure that education become a reality, quality education become a reality in South Africa. You would see that our role in the middle, we share the insights, which is what we are doing with the committee today, with an endeavor to influence the decision making and influence the focus areas. And therefore, also as the AGSA, we have that amendment that came in 1819 that was meant to complement the accountability ecosystem once more in terms of the material irregularity. But again, just an emphasis there that the material irregularity process or concept is not meant to replace the PFMA, which means that the role of an accounting officer or accounting authorities is still very much prominent and also needs to be delivered upon. And therefore, the material irregularity concept is meant to complement an instance where we can see that the accounting officer is not necessarily moving. So in the slides, we have a section where we are speaking to the material irregularities that we issued in the sector and what would have came out of that process as well. But I think, Chair, it will be important just to highlight that if I were just to stay on the main basic education, you'd remember that from 2018, we had a qualification. We used to qualify the department quite a bit. Our biggest stony point was infrastructure in terms of the accounting for the infrastructure cost and the management thereof. So DBE would have had a qualified audit opinion for a couple of years, almost 3 years into that journey, but also the irregular expenditure that was not complete in those years used to feature as part of the basis for the qualified audit opinion of the Auditor-General. Fast forward to the past 2 years or so, when they then managed to deal with the qualification in terms of reporting so that they're transparently and reliably reporting on what happened, and in instances where things did not go right, they were able to put it through in the annual report or in the financial statements. And then we were able to get out of the qualified audit opinion. Of course, we still have areas that we are uncomfortable about, and we'll highlight as part of the presentation. The areas that speak to the infrastructure, particularly the usage of implementing agents at the provinces, still become one of our biggest problems in the regularity audit of the Auditor-General. Chair, I just want to pause here, being cognizant of time, and allow Mr. Kotlagala to take us through the nitty-gritty of the presentation from the financial management right into the insights that we performed on the sector work across the 9 provinces as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, the executive leadership, and also the colleagues present here. Let me just take this opportunity to take you through this presentation this morning of audit outcomes for basic education. Let me start by reflecting in terms of some of the recommendations that we offered last year based on the observations that we made in our audit of 2022-2023, where we actually recommended to the department to strengthen the in-year monitoring and corrective actions to make sure that they produce the credible financial and performance reporting and being prudent and efficient in terms of the spending of the budget and also proper cash flow management in order to improve the status of the financial health and as well as the audit outcome. We also recommended that more effort needs to be put into dealing with the irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also the slow progress that we have been observing when it comes to consequence management. And lastly, to also strengthen the internal controls in terms of preventing the reoccurrence of some instances of non-compliance, as this is still a stumbling block in terms of the basic education department in realizing the clean administration or unqualified opinion with findings. So in terms of our observation in this regard, we have seen that the department together with the entities are still in progress in trying to address these recommendations that we would have provided. On the audit outcomes of the 3 auditees within the portfolio, which is the Department of Basic Education together with Umalusi as well as the SACE. So in the current financial year, they have actually remained unchanged in terms of the opinion if you compare to last year, where they received unqualified with findings. So basically they had findings when it comes to the compliance with laws and regulations, as well as the performance information, where we would have raised material findings in that regard, but I'm still going to take you through in terms of the nitty-gritties in the slides that follow. So in terms of the quality of financial reporting, so in terms of financial management controls, we have noted that when it comes to the proper record keeping, we have assessed that as good, where we did not really experience any limitation of scope in the current financial year. However, in other areas, they are still concerning, where the DBE actually got intervention that is actually required when it comes to the monitoring, and the review of compliance with laws and regulations. So in the current financial year, the only auditee that submitted the financial statements that had material misstatement, which subsequently they were addressed, it was Umalusi, where we picked up material misstatements on the financials that were submitted. So basically, based on that, the impact of that was that the submission of the Fs with the errors has undermined the credibility and reliability of the financial reporting for Umalusi. So to ensure effective management, financial management, Umalusi should prioritize accuracy in terms of their financial reporting, implementing the robust review processes, and foster a culture of accountability. When it comes to the performance planning and reporting, we have identified material findings on the audit of basic education as well as SACE. So on SACE specifically, what we have identified is that some of the reported achievements that were included in the annual performance report were not actually supported by the credible supporting information. So there were discrepancies between what was reported and what was provided as supporting evidence. Whereas when it comes to the Department of Basic Education, there were material indicators or indicators that are coming from the MTSF that were not included as part of the annual performance plan, as well as annual performance report of the department. So if you look at the right table, it's actually detailed those indicators that were actually not included in the APP of the department, which relates to the number of unemployed youths trained in an accredited course in general maintenance, and the rest, they are actually relating to the revised curriculum, history curriculum, and assessment policy. So in terms of the overall root cause, specifically to SACE, it was the inadequate systems and processes to report on performance information. And when it comes to the non-achievement of performance indicators and non-inclusion of some of the indicators for DBE. So the MTSF's indicator have not been standardized, and customers for the entire sector is resulting in inconsistencies and non-inclusion of the indicators in the APP. So the impact of the non-inclusion of indicators is that the MTSF might not be met and could potentially have a direct impact in terms of this delivery of quality education to the learners. When it comes to the audit of compliance with the key legislation, this is the only one that did not have the material findings, whereas in terms of basic education, as well as Umalusi, we have identified material non-compliances. So specifically for DBE, the non-compliances that we identified relating to this non-compliance with the SCM prescripts, mainly where the awards were actually made not to the high scoring bidders, and in some instances where the adverts were actually not stipulating the minimum requirements in terms of the local content. And then because of the non-compliance with the SCM prescripts, that has resulted to some irregular expenditure that was reported and disclosed in their financial statements. We also had some instances of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that were reported that could not be prevented as required by the PFMA. Then in terms of the consequence management, there were instances that were identified where the consequence management could not be meted out during the year. There were delays. And in some instances, when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there were instances where the investigations took longer than what is expected to be finalized or were not even conducted in the period that was under review. When it comes to irregular expenditure, so this is 188 that was reported in the current financial year as a result of those non-compliances with the SCM prescripts. So this has decreased when you compare it to last year, 22-23. The main reason for the reduction, it was due to some of the contracts that came to an end that had to initially be declared as irregular. And even on the 188, the majority of it is actually still coming from the contracts that were actually declared as irregular in the prior year. But still this year in the current financial year, we identified some contracts that were actually irregular. And on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there was 9 million that was actually disclosed. So mainly this related to the cancelled projects. This is due to the change of scope, and in some instances where there was a duplicate in terms of allocation, where you would note that in some instances DBE would have implemented or started implementing the project only to find out that the provinces have already started or at an advanced stage in terms of the implementation of those projects, which now resulted to a fruitless and wasteful for the department. And in terms of the closing balance, so basically this talks to the consequence management, where the expectation was that the amounts that had already been reported as irregular, they were supposed to have been investigated already. So we have noted for DBE that the 7.4 million, which is the opening balance, it was all investigated. However, there were delays in terms of now condoning the amount, and in some instances, we have noted delays in terms of implementing the consequence management relating to 2 cases, which also affected yes, the compliance that was scoped within the consequence management that ultimately affected the audit outcome of the department, which amounted to over 900 million. Then when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the closing balance, it has been increasing. So in the current financial year, we have recorded 236 million. So specifically, there are the reasons. So for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's not much movement in terms of when you compare to last year, as it kept on increasing. However, in terms of our evaluation of the balance, we have noted that the department has actually investigated an amount, and awaiting the recovery or the amount to be written off amounting to 44 million rand relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and about 108 million, which had already been investigated in the consequence management, is still in progress. However, we still identified 84 million where the investigation was not conducted or it took longer than expected to be finalized. So ultimately delaying the process in terms of the consequence management. When it comes to material irregularity, we have, since the inception or since we implemented the material irregularity process, we have so far raised 5 material irregularity for Department of Basic Education specifically. Out of the 5 that we raised, 4 of them have already been resolved after the accounting officer had taken all the necessary steps to deal with the material irregularity that we reported, where they have conducted investigations, they have implemented consequence management, and they also recovered some of the losses and put in place some of the internal controls to prevent the reoccurrence of those material irregularities. Again, to highlight the nature of the material irregularity that we have identified in the sector, so 3 of them actually relating to payments for goods or services not received, and the 2 they are relating to interest that was actually charged due to late payment of the invoices. So this is just a detailed status of those material irregularities that were actually active in the current financial year. So in total, we raised 5. So the 2 had already been dealt with in the prior year. So in the current year, we had only 3 that were still active. So this is just providing. So this was just providing the status in terms of those ones that were still active in the current financial year. This is just a root cause, as well as the recommendation to the accounting officer and the accounting authorities for the entities, specifically for the portfolio, where we are saying, the action plans were not consistently effective in addressing the root causes, even though they have been drawn, but they were, in terms of the implementation of those action plans, were not really effective, resulting to some of the occurrence of some of the non-compliances, especially those that are relating to procurement and contract management. We also noted the slow progress in terms of the consequence management, which was not done timelessly, which also affected now the processes of consequence management, and ultimately negatively affected the audit outcome. Then lastly, we have seen the exclusion of MTSF indicators and targets by DBE as a result of non-adherence to the performance information requirements. So what we are recommending in this regard is that the Umalusi should enhance its year in monitoring and corrective actions to ensure reliable financial reporting. And more effort is still need to be put in terms of dealing with the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we keep on reporting year in, year out in the financial statement. The auditees need to enhance their internal controls to prevent the occurrence of the non-compliances with the legislation that significantly also affected the audit outcomes, especially for DBE and Umalusi. And lastly, the department, we should encourage the department to ensure that all the indicators that are supposed to be included as part of the APP are actually included from the MTSF. In terms of the audit outcome of the sector, so basically the sector, as UBE explained, it consists of the 9 PEDs, 9 provincial education departments. So I'll just take you through now the audit outcomes of those 9 provincial educations. So again, here I'm just going to recap again in terms of the recommendations that we raised last year, where we asked the portfolio committee as part of their monitoring and the follow-up to ensure that DBE's responsibility on monitoring and coordination on implementation of sector priorities actually effected, and furthermore to encourage the leadership in the sector to ensure that the monitoring of adherence to compliance is strengthened and improved, and that consequence management processes are intensified to address the root causes of the transgressions. And the committee also just to monitor the inclusion of the MTSF indicators in the APPs of the department, and to also monitor the progress that is made in terms of achieving those targets, as well as overseeing the implementation of remedial actions to address deficiencies identified through the audit of the NSNP, school performance improvement, early childhood development, school infrastructure, learner transport, as well as the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. And lastly, monitor the progress of the modernizing the education information management systems such as SASAMs. In terms of the audit outcomes for the sector, we have seen a reduction or regression, if you compare to last year. After this year, we have registered 4 auditees that have actually received qualified. Now, it used to be Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Northwest, that have been struggling over a number of years in terms of accounting for infrastructure assets in their books. So now this year we have seen KZN joining after they could not properly account for the irregular expenditure. So we had a completeness issue when it comes to irregular expenditure specifically relating to KZN. And Gauteng remained the only province this year that got unqualified with no findings. And the rest of the auditees in the sector actually received unqualified with findings after they had findings in relation to the compliance as well as the performance information. So again, if you look at the financial management controls when it comes to quality of financial reporting, we are seeing red or maroon there, which is highlighting that the intervention is actually required, especially when it comes to in-year and year-end reporting after we have been identifying material misstatements on the financial statements that have been submitted. As you can see on the middle bar graphs there, that initially before we started with the audit, we had about 5 of our auditees that had material misstatement in their misstatements in their annual financial statements that were actually submitted for audit. Only Free State that could manage to adjust for all those material statements and ultimately getting the unqualified opinion. So the other 3 remained with the qualified opinion. So the main qualification areas for Eastern Cape and Limpopo, as I've already explained, it was on the immovable tangible capital assets where they could not account properly for the infrastructure assets. And then KZN, it was the completeness of your regular expenditure, and the Northwest had actually a number of areas that were actually where we picked up material misstatements. from the infrastructure, accounting for infrastructure assets, completeness of irregular expenditure, current expenditure, as well as the prior period error, where the nature and the reasons could not be provided for adjusting some of the opening balances in that regard. When it comes to performance information, almost all the auditees in the sector had material findings that we raised except Gauteng. And so basically the material findings were around the achievements that were reported in the annual performance report that were not supported by the valid supporting evidence, or there was no evidence that was submitted at all. And in most cases, the MTSF indicators were not actually included in the APPs of these auditees, which now resulted to now the findings that we picked up on the performance information. So when it comes to compliance with the key legislation, only 2 auditees in the sector that did not have any material findings on compliance with legislation, which is Gauteng as well as Western Cape. So in the Eastern Cape, you can see that they almost had finding on all these areas that we indicated at the bottom here. The state actually had all of them. So you'll see that mainly the issue was around the procurement and contract management, as well as the prevention of irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and including the expenditure management, where the payments were not actually made within 30 days, resulting to some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we are reporting. And the consequence management is still a challenge within the sector. After most instances, after we discovered that most of the instances have not been investigated across the sector. And when it comes to strategic planning and performance management, all the 7 auditees that actually had a material finding in compliance, they actually reported a material finding on strategic planning relating to the MTSF indicators that were not included, and also some of the findings that we picked up on the audit of annual performance report that was submitted. On the irregular expenditure for the sector, we have again in the current financial year reported 1.5 billion. Again, we have seen a slight decrease there due to some of the contracts that have expired. But if you look at the slide that I just taken you through on the compliance, we see that again we're seeing a number of clients that are getting material findings on the procurement and contract management, which ultimately would result to irregular expenditure. So you might see again another increase in the next year, because now basically the reason for the decrease is on the fact that there were contracts that came to an end. So in terms of the contributors in this instance, so it's Northern Cape, which registered 646 million of irregular expenditure, Mpumalanga with 223 million, as well as the Limpopo and Free State. And we had obviously reported the irregular expenditure that was not included as part of the annual financial statement in KZN, which ultimately resulted to the material misstatement, and also some limitation of scope in Limpopo, where the evidence was not actually provided for audit purpose, amounting to 2.5 million. On the annual fruitless and wasteful expenditure on an annual basis, we have in the current financial year in the sector recorded 11 million, which purely related to the interest that was charged to late payments of the invoices that were actually submitted by the implementing agents. In terms of the closing balance share of the irregular expenditure in the current financial year, we have reported 24.7 billion of the irregular expenditure. In fact, in terms of that amount, not all of it has been recorded. Remember, as I've already explained, in KZN as well as Northwest, they could not account for all the irregular expenditure that they would have incurred in the current financial year. So again, it's still a struggle in terms of dealing with that, as I've already indicated, after the investigations were not conducted. So we're still sitting with the 24.7 billion. Where some of the provinces indicated as part of the reasons for not conducting investigation that they have no capacity, or the investigation is just taking too long to be completed. And when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure closing balance, and there were no instances where they could not. So all the fruitless that had been uncovered or discovered there, the client, it had already been disclosed in the annual financial statements of the different auditees in the sector. So we did not have an instance of material misstatement in that regard. However, in terms of dealing with the fruitless, again, is still a challenge where we have experienced a limitation of scope when it comes to Eastern Cape, in terms of trying to follow up, in terms of the actions that have been taken to deal with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then Free State, the department does not have sufficient capacity to perform, as well as KZN. And then in other provinces, I think it's just taking too long to be concluded, the process. In terms of material irregularity in the sector, so far we have reported 41 material irregularities. So in terms of the status of those, so 11 is where the accounting officer is taking appropriate actions. 19 has been resolved after all the appropriate actions have been taken. And then 4, we're assessing the response that we have received from the accounting officer in terms of the actions that are being taken. And lastly, it's where the accounting officer is not taking appropriate actions. So from our side, it's where we're taking further actions now, where we're going to put the recommendations in their audit report in terms of what they need to do to deal with the material irregularities. And in terms of the nature of the MIs, we have recorded 20 where payments for goods or services were actually not received, 13 related to interest and penalties, 4 related to salaries that made to persons that are no longer working for the departments. 1, it was the non-compliance with the SCM, and the other 3, it's a substantial harm to the public. So this speaks to the work that would have done under NSNP, National School Nutrition Program, where the recommendations are actually taking too long to be implemented. In terms of the root cause on the audit outcome for the sector, so the PED's delayed action in delayed action in addressing the internal control deficiencies identified in the previous year, as we have seen the number of misstatements that are repeat findings, actually that would have already reported in the prior years. And also there's a lack of sufficient oversight controls to ensure compliance with laws and regulations in the sector. So the PEDs should create a clear timelines in terms of addressing the findings or deficiencies that would have reported around the financial and performance reporting, with specific deadlines in terms of when these ones would be actually actioned. And these timelines should be closely monitored on a regular basis by to ensure accountability. So the auditees should ensure that adequate controls are in place to maintain and monitor the compliance with the relevant laws and regulations. And lastly, it speaks to the MTSF indicators that need to ensure that they are included as part of the APPs going forward, and so that they can be tracked in terms of the progress in achieving some of the targets that have been included. So in terms of the audit that we have done, SBE have highlighted that other than the audit of the annual financial statement, performance and compliance, we have done the audit in terms of service delivery. The first slide deals with the MTSF indicators that were coming from the MTSF, specifically priority 3. So there were about 28 that we have identified that were relevant for the sector. Out of the 28, only 4 that were actually achieved, and the other 24 were not achieved or were not included as part of the APP and therefore not tracked. So slide 24 deals with for those ones that were actually included as part of the APP, the achievement around that, where we have seen around these ones, the sector has actually struggled to achieve these indicators, the targets that were actually set as part of the MTSF. For instance, on the Funza Lushaga, where the target was sitting at 90%, and the own targets that were set by the PEDs was 52%, and the achievement was actually sitting at 38% across the board. So here, the impact of this, the underachievement of the planned service delivery and reported achievement will compromise the achievement of government's priorities and eventually erode future budget meant for service delivery. Slide 35, 36, 37 is actually with the message, as PE explained, the message that would have already issued out from 2014 up until 2013 to 2023, sorry, for the 9 years, just to appraise the committee in terms of the message, and also just to appreciate the maturity of the sector when it comes to the audit of the service delivery stuff. I'm not really going to go through in terms of the observations that we made those periods. I'll just jump to slide 39 that deals with the focus areas that were scoped in for the current year audit, which we looked at the early childhood development, the National School Nutrition Program, the learner transport, infrastructure, school performance improvement, as well as the curriculum implementation, which was scoped in for the first time in the current financial year. So on the curriculum implementation, we specifically looked at the learner achievement and progression, curriculum delivery, monitoring and support, teacher utilization, development and management, as well as the learning and teaching facilities, and also the annual management processes, which were also incorporated under school performance improvement. In terms of the early childhood development, just to jump straight to the observation, because I've noted that the colleagues that presented had already touched on the budget, so I'm not really going to repeat that part. So in terms of the observation, we have observed that there is still overcrowding in terms of the grade Rs, as well as some of the centers that we visited, where the learner practitioner ratio is above the norm of 1:30. And in some of the schools that we visited, we have noted that the practitioners that are employed do not have the relevant qualification to be teaching the grade R, such as the NQF level 6. Some of the grade learners were using grade R learners, were using unsafe playground facilities, and in some instances, there was inadequate infrastructure for ASIDI, such as the pollution facilities, that was not appropriate to accommodate those learners. So the impact of these deficiencies actually threatens the access and provision of quality education for all learners, as we all know that the foundation phase is the critical part or contributor of learner performance in the later grades. So in terms of the root cause of that, it's insufficient hiring of qualified practitioners to match the learner enrollment rates, and the absence of strict hiring standards or regulations for early childhood educators, and also inadequate maintenance and safety inspection of the existing facility. When it comes to the curriculum implementation, as I've already indicated, we looked at the learner achievement and progression, where specifically when we audited this area, we looked at the policy that has been developed by the department pertaining to the program and promotion requirements, which states that the progression can be used to prevent a learner from being retained in a phase for a period exceeding the 4 years, provided that the underperformance of those learners in the previous grades is actually addressed in the grade in which the learners have been promoted to. So in terms of the observation that we have made around this area is that some schools did not identify and address reasons for progressed learners underperformance in the grade to which they have been promoted. And also the efforts required for teachers to assist the progressed mathematics learners were cited as a challenge of schools in the 8 provinces where the findings was actually identified. And after we communicated this, we got the management comments from both the DBE as well as the PEDs, which indicated that there is really no need to separate interventions for the progressed learners, because the schools are expected to implement what they call differentiated teaching to cover all struggling learners. After we got to the response, we actually acknowledged that the differentiated teaching can also be used to address the progressed learners. However, by not identifying and recording the reasons for progressed learners underperformance specifically, the department of Education might miss the opportunity to identify instances of learners who are reportedly progressed and actually require the individualized support intervention. And in terms of the use of basic annual management processes to improve the schools, we have noted that most of the schools are just completing the tools that are available to them, such as the school self-evaluation documents just for compliance sake. They're not actually writing down their challenges when it comes to that. And there are no sessions that are organized with the SGB and the school management team, as well as the staff at the school. And also the circuit managers and district officials not effectively supporting schools on basic annual management processes. Around the curriculum implementation, we have seen that some teachers are not covering all the topics, and there is no monitoring that is actually conducted by the heads, and some of the challenges that are identified from the teachers are not addressed. And in some instances, the teachers for maths are actually that are employed to teach maths actually don't have the necessary qualification. And in some instances, the departmental heads at schools are not ensuring that the maths teachers' development is identified. And in some instances, the schools are not effectively using the ICT systems. And we have also identified the overcrowding that is taking place. And when it comes to the collaboration culture, the parents are not involved in schools and learners' performance matters in some schools. And external stakeholders are not coordinated to ensure effective collaboration in some of the schools that we visited. So slide 42, Chair, is actually reflecting the planned remedial actions that were provided by the PEDs, districts, as well as the schools in order to improve the curriculum implementation, where they have actually promised to develop some intervention programs for struggling learners, the district to develop tools for performing baselines, and also the strengthening collaboration between different education districts. So we also noted the good practice that we have observed from Gauteng, where schools, on those schools that we have audited, they have intervention plans for progressed learners. And the PED collect information of the progressed learners, and then they actually analyze that and the interventions that have been actually implemented. We then, in that regard, also from our side, provided some recommendations where we, in terms of creating awareness to improve parental and external stakeholder involvement in schools, targeted school or support to schools, where circuits lead SSE sessions, so the school evaluation setting to identify reasons for underperformance and areas of improvement, and also to strengthen the support that schools receive from the districts, to also advocate for the use of ICT integration into teaching and learning. In terms of the National School Nutrition Program, we have observed in terms of firstly what is working well overall is that the SNP also has also positively impacted the general well-being of benefiting learners, promoting healthier and more balanced lifestyles that support their educational and personal development. However, we still picked up some of the deficiencies in that regard, where we have noted that the NSNP coordinators and the committees are not formally appointed. In some instances, those ones that are already appointed are not provided formal training in order to ensure that the smooth running of the program. And in most instances, we have identified that the NSNP funds were not utilized for the intended purpose, especially in the provinces where the funds are actually transferred to the schools, and also the procurement for food items, the procurement requirements are not actually followed. And the NSNP food items are not stored or used properly, and stock registered not updated on a regular basis. Meals were not prepared and served in an unhygienic and unsafe environment or kitchen. And NSNP not managed adequately in terms of supervising learners during the meals and serving meals on time. So the impact of this is that Should the key observation not be addressed, this could impact negatively on the health and education of the learners. So in terms of the infrastructure, again, on the audit that we have conducted, we have noted that the needs assessment is not properly done and the project planning, inadequate project monitoring and implementation, which resulted in additional costs due to payment of standing time, payment for work not done, or poor quality work, especially in the PEDs on the work that has been done in those specific PEDs. We have noted also the underperformance of the contractors, where the consequence management is not actually implemented, and the contractors that are not paid on time, which result to some interest that is to be paid and ultimately result to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, failure in coordination and collaboration between different levels of government or stakeholders in the same institution. And we also share, just to highlight some of the interventions that have been introduced by DBE, where now they conduct at least 3 visits to the project. We have observed in the current year that at least 3 visits that were done by the department in the project, which in each instance where they visited, they will produce a report which highlights the deficiencies that they would have picked up and some of the proposals in terms of addressing those deficiencies, which also immensely contributed in terms of the early detection of the issues and terms in ensuring that they are addressed on time. So in terms of the impact, we have seen that the delayed completion of the project, which increased the cost and financial losses. Then there are some defects that we actually are resulting out of that, and also the completed infrastructure that is not actually commissioned or used for intended purpose. On the learner transport, again, in terms of what is working well, with the implementation of scholar transport, the learners arrive on time at school. They are well rested and ready to face their day's academic challenges. Also, the enhancement safety by eliminating the need for learners to travel those long distances in an unsafe environment. However, we still found some of the deficiencies in that regard, where there are still some of the number. So basically the instances of overloading due to the capacity that is offered not being able to carry all the learners that are actually supposed to be benefiting from the program, where again, the vehicles are not actually maintained. The service providers were not actually evaluated for their ability to deliver the required services, as well as the procurement processes followed to appoint the providers, not always complying with the SM requirements. So the impact of that is overloaded vehicles endanger learner safety and cause missed lessons affecting academic performance. There are issues leading to irregular expenditure and misallocation of funds due to non-adherence to the SM regulations and transport policy. On the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, in terms of the observation that we have picked up there, we have seen basically an improvement that we've been reporting on this focus area, I think, for the past 2-3 years now, where we have now seen in terms of what we picked up in the prior years, and management have started now to address some of the recommendations there in that regard, including the SASA beneficiary checks and opportunities for youth participants. Now we're seeing the increase on those ones that are supposed to be actually benefiting. However, there are those repeat findings that we are still noting relating to invalid appointments, youth already employed or studying, non-eligible individuals, inaccuracies in reporting, invalid ID numbers, timing discrepancies, and duplicate appointments. So, over and above the work that we have done, we've done what we call the performance audit in the current financial year, specifically on the SGB 4.5, looking at the learners with disability. So basically the rationale behind that, it was due to some of the findings in terms of gaps in identifying and addressing educational needs of the children. So there was an audit on the full service schools that we conducted in 2019 that actually highlighted those gaps. So in the current financial year, we had to embark on that audit. So in conducting that audit, we then applied the policy documents, research and accountability reports. We conducted interviews with the key role players across the sector, site inspections where we visited some of the schools in Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and also KZN. We then perform again with the data that we had, data analytics, using the data that we got from the Stats SA, DBE, and the SASA. So slide 48 is just a value chain in terms of what is expected in terms of the provision of the quality education for those learners with their disabilities. So I'm just going to jump this and go straight to in terms of what we found in that regard, where the propositions of White Paper 6 were not fully implemented. The details of learners with disability were not accurately and timely captured in the ASA exams. Key role players responsible for addressing the educational needs of children with disability did not effectively collaborate. The education departments did not adequately allocate resources to enable equal and equitable quality education for learners with disability. The education district did not effectively and timely monitor and support schools to provide equal and equitable education, quality education for learners with disability. So some of the recommendations that we provided is that special schools should be resourced to support neighboring schools. Learners' details should be accurately and timely captured in the SA SAMs, and strengthen collaboration and coordination of initiatives for addressing the educational needs of children with disability, review resource needs of schools, and prioritize the allocations for transport facilities, assistive devices, as well as strengthen the implementation of SIAS policy for monitoring and supporting schools that require assistance. When it comes to the audit of ICT, the information system, we looked at the two systems that are under actually development. The first one was SASAMS, which is South African School Administration Management System, which is being modernized currently. So the purpose really is to improve the quality of information for improved decision-making and to assist schools, provincial departments, and National Department of Education to administer and manage the entire school system from end to end. So, but key observations that we have noted in this regard was the funding for the project was not prioritized by the department, and this resulted to some delays that we have observed. And the pilot rollout did not commence as per the project timelines. And lastly, the data integrity and quality on the current SASAM system is not reliable for decision-making. So when it comes to ICT education, e-learning, the second system that is mainly utilized by the provinces. So the observations that we have made in this regard is that the sector is having challenges to achieve the goals that are set out in the e-education strategy as well as the white paper to transform the learning and teaching through the ICT. So the e-education committees that have been set in the different provinces should improve the monitoring of the implementation of this initiative to ensure it reaches the required learners. And also the committees should also ensure that the required infrastructure is in place at the relevant schools to support e-learning. And lastly, teachers should be trained on the usage of these devices for full implementation. And over and above the systems, we then conducted the audit looking at the controls that are in place within the education sector environment, where we have seen generally an improved environment when it comes to that. After the 3 auditees actually were assessed as being good compared to last year. And then 6 of them are actually concerning only one that required intervention, which is Eastern Cape. So the observations that we made in this regard is that the IT risk assessment is not actually performed, IT governance structure is not functional, and the service level agreement with the external service providers not in place and poorly managed. Poorly documented IT security policies and procedures, ineffective security patch and antivirus management, a lack of security awareness training, inadequate designed and implemented user access management controls, as well as inadequately implemented IT service continuity control. In terms of the sector root causes and recommendations specifically on the service delivery, we then again emphasize the importance of the inclusion of the MTSF indicators in the APPs of the PEDs to ensure that the provision of quality education and the service delivery in general. There is also a need to oversee the implementation of some of the remedial actions for the identified deficiencies in previous educational programs, as this also resulted to some of the repeat observations that we have made in the current financial year, which talks to the action plans that were set, the action plans that were available that were actually not effective. Consequence management that is not implemented on time, which again contributed to these repeat findings that we have reported. So DBE should also strengthen and enhance its monitoring and coordination efforts to the implementation of the sector priorities, including the implementation of remedial actions on deficiencies identified on the focus areas. A strong culture of consequence management should be firmly established within the sector, just to ensure that we are at least able to deal with all the deficiencies that are actually picked up. And then the overall message to the portfolio committee, when you're performing your monitoring and regular follow-up with the executive authority as well as the accounting officer and the authority, just to make sure through collaboration with the provincial leadership, supporting and monitoring that the sector priorities are set and implemented collectively for maximum impact. The inclusion of the MTSF, now which is referred to as MTDP, indicators in the departmental annual performance plan, and that is tracked on a regular basis to ensure the achievement of those targets and ultimately the delivery of the services. And where this is not actually achieved, just to assess on a regular basis the impact it has on the service delivery. The progress also to monitor the progress on the modernization of educational information systems, such as the improved SASM capabilities for capturing, reviewing, and consolidating reports on the different focus areas. Influence the implementation of corrective actions to address deficiencies through audits of the curriculum implementation and other focus areas that we reported on. Through collaboration with provincial leadership, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations, and intensify consequence management to address the root causes of violations in the sector. Thank you so much. That will be the end of my presentation. Let me take you back to BE. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think that is our message, Chair. Maybe let's pause there so we can appreciate comments and any questions from the honorable members. May I hand over back to you, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much to AGSA team. I am going to allow members, honorable members, that we interface with the two presentations, and then we can then go to the last presentation by DBE Internal Audit Committee. I am going to note hands of honorable members that want to intervene.
Good morning, Chair.
So,
good morning, Chair. My gadget doesn't allow me to raise hands. My name is Honorable Kaba.
Honorable Kaba, your hand is up.
Yes, Chair, but I'm not able to do it.
Okay.
My gadget where I am.
You'll be the first one. You'll be followed by Honorable Christians, and then Honorable Christians will be followed by Honorable Law. Those are the only three hands that I have noted. Mam Kaba, you can start.
May you please note my hand, Honorable Chair?
Okay,
Honorable
thank you very
Honorable Mashabela, you are noted. Honorable Kaba, you can start.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we are requesting to close camera, just want to make a record. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Chair, presentation, Chairperson. Firstly, Chair, let me start with I think the Department of Finance. The finance, no, it's the AG South Africa. Chairperson, when I saw this presentation, or let me greet all of you, honorable members and departments, and our leadership, which is Minister and Deputy Minister, if they are in the platform. Greeting you, Chair. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. Firstly, Chair, let me ask to the Finance Management Accountability. What are the key financial management issues identified in the audit of the Department of Basic Education? What is the reason for any irregular, authorized, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure reported? How significant is this in compliance to previous years, Chair, of this department? Did the Department of Basic Education adhere to the Public Funds Management Act, PFMA, in managing its budget and the financial resources? If not, what are the key reasons of non-compliance? And highlight any recurring issues from previous audit report that the department has failed to address adequately. Chairperson, performance and service delivery. How has the Department of Basic Education performed in delivering its key services, such as textbook delivery, school infrastructure development, and teachers management? I'm asking this question, Chair, based on, firstly, I will start with the school from when we were in the oversight. We started at Northern Cape. Hostels. In those hostels of that school, they were thinking which was not okay for the child who stay in that schools. Where is the department? What was the department doing in this school, Kakamas? When I came to Western Cape, Chair, in the Western Cape, Chair, Joe Slovo High School, 3 teachers are declared as they are the ones who are affected by the budget cut in the schools. While in the schools, has a crisis because the schools have over 40 learners in one class, 40 and above in one class. What is the department saying in these 3 teachers who are they are the ones that are going in that school? What will happen to the schools, to the children that are learning in that school? And that school is a school that is performing well because of these 3 teachers are still included. If these 3 teachers are taken away, what will happen to those children? That is my question. What is the department saying if this school is affected about this budget cut? Another thing, Chair, we went to Morrisdale Primary School where we found parents with no SGB that was presented there for us to ask questions to the SGB. But we found parents crying in tears about the safety of their children because their children, they don't have a scholar transport, which that scholar transport is our government policy. It's not a privilege to them. Where is the department? What is the department doing? I can't put Mizweli Temba Chair. In Mizweli Temba Chair, we found parents crying in tears. We saw it in our naked eye, tears in the adult, crying for their children who doesn't have a textbook from January until now, Chair. Are we expected? Did the department expected that those children they must pass at the end of the year? As they came to us and reported the readiness, the department came to us reporting the readiness of grade 12 in South Africa. Is this school and these children, they are ready to pass while they did not have any textbook? While the Chair, we were still in Mizweli Temba, the Vusi Sizwe High School parent and SGPs came to us unexpected and cried tears and saying the school was not having textbook for the past 3 years. Are we expecting to these children have a quality education? Quality, even teachers, they are the teachers, quality educators in the school with no textbook for past 3 years. Where is the Department of Education? Where is the AG? The Auditor-General of Africa? Are we promoting a quality learner educator, a quality learner education, a quality results to our children? In Walter Decker, Chair, when we came here from Northern Cape, the school was established in 1946. Till today, the school, there is no renovation, which that school needed thorough renovation because the principal was crying about that this school, each and every class is also crowded. It's also crowded. Each and every classroom is also crowded in this school. And the pipe are rotten. As the pipe are rotten, something wrong is happening like sewage. Which means
the hygienic. There is no hygienic in that school because of that pipe that are rotted. Where is the Department of Education? National Department of Education. In this presentation, they are talking about that the grants are sent to provinces, all provinces. Yes, I agree about that. But where is the monitoring and when is the evaluation and monitoring from the national department? Why they did not monitor the money that the grant that has been sent to the all provinces to school to make sure that the schools are learners are learning a quality learning and teachers are teaching a quality teaching to our schools. You see sometimes, Chair, when irregular expenditure happened, it affects the black child. When the food and expenditure affect black child, Chair, the mismanagement of funds, of money, affect the black child. Majority of these schools that have this problem, they are the majority black learners. My question to the Auditor-General of South Africa, why can't the Auditor-General of South Africa implement the consequence management so that we will see who is not doing his work or her work in this issue? Because we cannot allow in the dawn of our democracy that black child is still marginalized, like apartheid regime. Not. The department, they must tell us. We don't care whether they are saying the money was sent into the provinces. And what is their work and their job? It's not to follow that money and check whether the money is doing a value of man. They are not value that man, the man that they are sending to the provinces. They just send the money and sit in the office, not to follow the money, to check the value of money that they send, whether there will be a quality education or a quality of infrastructure in that money. But for the past 3 years, they are not reporting to us about this. The past 3 years. The Zoli Temba High School said there is a sector manager, so-called Mlojwa. They said that man must be removed in that area. That man must be removed in immediate effect. Because that man is the cost of making our children don't have in those schools, in the Zoli Temba area. Chair, Auditor-General, please help us. We are having a problem, especially in the majority of blacks, majority black schools, where the majority no, we cannot stay like the department must tell us the truth, not just come and make up their papers here in front of us. The truth does not break any friendship, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba, and Honorable Christians, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to start off with the FFC report, and I'd specifically like to go to the school infrastructure first. Now, with regard to the ASIDI performance, now this ASIDI initiative has taken or has faced several delays in completing school infrastructure projects over a number of years. So, to the department, what steps is the department taking to address these delays? And I think more specifically for us as a portfolio committee, I would like the department to address or provide an update on the status of the schools that were set to benefit from ASIDI. And of course, more importantly, how many of these schools still remain incomplete. And then with regard to the EIG efficiency, now, we've heard that the EIG has been merged with the school infrastructure backlog grant. And I would like to know by the department, how has this affected the department's ability to efficiently manage school infrastructure projects? And I think more importantly, are there plans to improve the coordination between national and provincial departments to address underperformance in infrastructure delivery? And then also still, with the infrastructure grant with regard to maintenance versus expansion. Now, with a shift in the educational infrastructure grant towards maintenance, how does the department plan to balance this with the ever increasing need for expanding and upgrading infrastructure in under-resourced and overcrowded schools? I think we've seen that along our oversight visit in the last week, and where this is shifted towards maintenance, I think that there is a concern that schools are becoming more and more overcrowded. And, it would be good for us to hear from the department what plan exactly there is in place to balance this particular grant towards upgrading and the expansion, more pertinently, of our overcrowded schools. Then during our oversight visit and during the presentation given to us today as well, we've seen huge disparities in access to computer centers and also to our science laboratories. And I think that has been a concern to us as a portfolio committee on the whole. But during the presentation, we've heard that the Eastern Cape shows a high percentage of schools without access. That is 88.8% in 2021. We've also seen the Free State in their science laboratories, although they've showed a significant improvement, they are still 69.7% without access to science laboratories. And this is obviously concerning because the classes, even in the Northern Cape where we've walked in, students are getting lessons where they don't have access to computer sciences, neither to science laboratories. So how are they being taught? So to the department, what specific strategies are being implemented to address the high percentages of schools without access to essential services like computer centers, laboratories, libraries? And I'm focusing specifically here on the presentation given to us where they've zeroed in on the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, where the disparities are very low. And of course, also zeroing in on the Northern Cape, where they also battle with access to this kind of assistance, computer centers and science laboratories. And then particularly, how does the DBE assess the impact of the lack of educational infrastructure on student outcomes? Has that ever been monitored? So with the lack of access to computer centers and science laboratories, what kind of impact has this had on literacy, especially on our STEM subjects like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields? Have we done any kind of comparison in this? And then with regard to future projections, what are the projected targets for 2024 in terms of reducing the number of schools without access without access to critical infrastructure, and how will the department see to it that these targets are being met? A focus on libraries, I think the presentation was particularly concerning because libraries show a decline in access from 2019 to 2024. It shows that 76.9% of schools are without libraries. And however, it does show a slight improvement to towards 2024 to 74%. But still, given the concerning percentage of schools without libraries, what action is the Department of Education taking to address this gap? And how does the department plan to improve access to libraries, particularly in the coming years? And then also sports facilities. And I think it's also something we've seen on our oversight visits, particularly in the Northern Cape. We've seen that sport facilities, still remain a significant problem. Schools without sports facilities in 2023 to 2024 were a 42.6%, really showing a stagnation in addressing this aspect of educational infrastructure. And my question to the department is, why has there been no improvement in access to sports facilities from 2023 to 2024? And what barriers exist that prevent the enhancement of sports infrastructure in our schools? Then learners with intellectual disabilities. The FFC also reported concerns about adequacy of funding for learners with special needs. And my question is just, how does the department plan to scale up funding for these learners? Also considering our financial constraints in the Department of Education, what measures are in place to ensure that special needs schools have the necessary resources, infrastructure, and trained staff? But also specifically, I think during our oversight visit, we saw that mainstream schools are also battling with inclusive education where they do not have the necessary resources to assist learners with intellectual disabilities. For example, there are no counselors, there are no educational psychologists, etc. How does the department plan to address these variances? And then, looking at the AG report, I think it is just quite concerning in its totality, the entire report given to us, with a multitude of fruitless and wasteful expenditure shown to us, as well as the irregular expenditure of millions of rands lost due to this. I think that as a portfolio committee, we might need to get the AG and the Department of Education to come in specifically on a different date to come and, just brief us on how they will help all the departments of education provincially to get out of the multitude of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been portrayed to us. So I think my only question there would be is, what is the Department of Education, as well as the AG, what are they doing to assist provinces who have such dire irregular expenditures? But specifically, what are the consequences for MECs and HODs in these provinces who are showing these kinds of report and qualified audit situations? And Chairperson, I have many other questions, but what I will do is I will hand them in as written questions for written reply. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentations from FFC and the AGSA. And then, like many other institutions, I would have noticed many more challenges that is being faced by FFC, where there is no balancing in terms of the needs of the economical diverse in our provinces and municipalities. And then there's also no evolving nature of our fiscal decentralization, Chair, and the pressure from growing urbanization and infrastructure demands. So these are the challenges that I could have noticed as I was going through the presentation. And as I was going through, I've realized that also in the National School Nutrition Program, concerning sourcing quotations, which is a concerning for the impact of our learners. You're asking yourself, if these are the challenges that are identified in our institutions, what becomes a problem? And then also in maintaining up-to-date stock registers, and also lack of school nutrition committees that are to be constituted, Chair. So I'm raising all of these challenges because they remind me of the oversight that we are from, that seeks to not respond, or that seeks not to balance and respond to what could have been said to us as a committee. And even to receive such and even to have identified such problems, it says there's a need to really look onto all of these issues, and there's a need for us to really intensify and emphasize on key issues, because if there are problems already in our stems of subjects where there are poor record keeping on our MSNT resources, lack of facilities like your science labs and which we have noticed, Chair, and then lack of lab equipment and ICTs at our schools is a problem. And we've also received a lack of a serious high level of crimes where there are theft and vandalism of ICTs infrastructure. So I'm asking myself, how do we preserve such and moving forward and having to note such, but not wanting to waste time, Chair. My questions will be directed to FFC on the funding allocation efficiency. Will be that how does the FFC assess the adequacy of funding allocated to the basic education sector in the 2023 financial year? And then what are the main concerns regarding the insufficiencies in the allocation of the resources to basic education? How can this be addressed? And then I would also want to know on the impact of budget cuts and austerity measures. How have recent budget cuts and austerity measures impacted the basic education sector, especially about infrastructure development, learning materials, and educator employment? What are the potential long-term effects of reduced funding on the quality of education, particularly in disadvantaged regions, Chair? And then lastly, on the teacher shortages and compensation, what is the FFC's view on the sufficiency of budget provisions to address teacher shortages, especially in rural areas and under-reserved areas? Has the FFC identified gaps in teacher salaries, benefits, and training allocation, and what recommendation can be made to ensure adequate compensation and professional development? So I wish to move to the AG report on the annual report of the basic education, where I've noted a number of issues that were raised by the AG, where the AG speaks of the department continues to struggle with non-compliance regarding supply chain management regulations, which contribute to additional irregularities and expenditures. And I think it speaks to crucial leadership shift, Chair, which we need to have leadership that seeks to implement. That needs to know that they need to implement accountability, and they need to put measures against officials who are responsible for violations. Because when you read the report, when you go deeper to the AG's report, it speaks of failure to deal with consequence management, which deals with how the children of a black is suffering due to the failure of dealing with issues that are eminent and issues that can be setting an example in society, and other officials to be prohibited not to do what is expected. And then the material misstatements found in the Umalusi financial state, the material misstatement that is found in the departments, but that has been lately corrected, is also noted, Chair. So I think what is key also to look on to what the AG has raised is and that was not effectively addressing the root cause of this is a concern, Chair. So we need to look on to that. I've raised the issues of consequence management that could not be implemented in time, Chair. I am asking myself what informs that as the investigation's outcome could not be acted upon. We want to have answers upon that things, Chair. Also, the AG could have noted the exclusion of the MTSF indicators and targeted by the DBE as a result of non-adherence to the performance of the information requirements. So my questions to the department would be to the financial management and accountability. What are the key financial management issues identified in the audit of the Department of Basic Education? And then what is the reason for any irregular, unauthorized, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure reported? How significant is this comparison to previous years? And then did the Department of Basic Education adhere to the Public Finance Management Act in managing its budget and financial resources? If not, what are the key areas of non-compliance? And then in supply chain, Chair, on the last one, as I bow, Are there any instances where service providers fail to deliver on contracts awarded by the Department of Basic Education? And what were the mitigating factors that were taken thereof? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Honorable Mashabela, and you'll be followed by Honorable Msweni. Honorable Mashabela. Okay, let's take Honorable Msweni, then we will come back to Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Msweni.
My chairperson, thank you. I'm almost covered. I left with a one issue to that department deal with infrastructure. Chairperson, we don't have water in our schools in rural areas. We have a very serious problem. Our kids, they have to go to river with their 2 liters, get some water to provide themselves in the schools. This is a very serious issue. Even in those rivers, we don't have rivers anymore. We don't have water in our river. So we need department to help us with water in our schools. If they can provide with Jojo and water cans, they must put water and department paid. Our kids, they are going to school without water, Chairperson. In KZN and King George district, we don't have water in our schools, rural areas. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm covered with the many questions.
Honorable Mashabela, are you back? Honorable Mashabela. Okay, seemingly Honorable Mashabela seemingly is not on the platform. Just to try and structure the meeting, honorable members. Honorable Mashabela, you're on the you're on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. Based on the FFC's findings, are key progress like the National School Nutrition Program and scholar transport adequately funded to meet the needs of the learners they're meant to serve? Then again, Chair, in terms of FFC research and recommendations, how does the Commission propose improving funding and resources for inclusive education, particularly for learners with disabilities? How are non-infrastructure grants being utilized to ensure all learners have access to quality education regardless of their abilities? Could the FFC provide insights into why the performance of non-infrastructure conditional grants, such as learner transport and learning and teaching materials, remains suboptimal, and what specific recommendation they have to improve this? How does the FFC assess the impact of delays in meeting infrastructure targets set by the 2013 minimum uniform norms and standards for school infrastructure on education outcomes, particularly in disadvantaged provinces? According to the AGSA, the department continue to experience high levels of irregular expenditure. What specific steps should the department take to to enhance compliance with supply chain management regulations and reduce irregular expenditure. Is the Auditor-General satisfied with the monitoring of service providers, given that non-compliance with PTMA requirements? I think it will be the last question, Chair. Has consequence management been fully implemented for cases of irregular and wasteful expenditure? If not, what are the specific reasons for the delays, and when can we expect full accountability for the transgressions? Can you provide a breakdown of how many officials have been held accountable, the nature of the charges brought against them, and the outcomes of these cases? And lastly, Chair, given the recurring nature of non-compliance issues, what new strategies or internal controls does the Auditor-General recommend to prevent these violations from occurring in future audits? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashabela. I was saying, honorable members, that I want us to structure the responses in a manner that is effective. So I am going to request, because there's many questions that are actually directed to the department. I'm going to request the two entities that presented, Mr. Ntuli and Ms. Komape, to focus on the questions that are directed to your entities. And then we then allow the department's internal audit committee to present. And when the department responds, they must respond to all the questions that were raised, even questions that were raised to the department, given the presentations of the two entities that presented, so that we don't have a repetition in terms of the information and the questions that are directed to the department. So the department is going to be given an opportunity to respond to all the questions that are directed to the department. I just believe that it will be prudent that they do that after we receive the presentation of the department's internal audit committee. And then we take any additional questions, and then the department responds to all the questions as asked by members currently. I hope that will assist. I think for me, and I want to start with FFC, and I want to ask this question so that I can continue with my questions. So I don't know which slide is that one where you speak about the funding per learner, the breakdown of funding per learner per province. And I want us to go to that slide and we speak about that a bit so that I have an understanding. One is informed of exactly what does this mean. And this is in light of the mission and the mission and the objectives of the creation of the FFC. I don't know whose mic is on. Can we mute? Okay. So in this slide, we speak about a breakdown of the learner, the spending per learner. And I want us to go to the spending per learner in the two quintals, in quintile 4 and quintile 5. Now, there is a national standard, there's a national norm and standard of what ought to be the spending per learner, but there is also what provinces actually spend per learner. Now, in light of your objectives for existence, which is amongst others to effectively address the socioeconomic disparities that persist in our country, let's speak about the reality. I want us to get to the reality of exactly this slide and its meaning. So I want to get this first, and I would like the FFC to respond so that I can be able to have an understanding and I can be able to go forward. So this spending per learner of 2024, quintile 1 to 3 is 1,752, quintile 4 is 877, and quintile 5 is 303. Is that per learner per year? Is that what is the spending of government per learner per year, or is it per month? I want to respond on this one so that I can continue, because I need to get this understanding.
I feel, yes, it is an annual amount.
It's an annual amount. Okay. Now, this is an annual amount of spending of government per learner. In your quintile 1, it's 1,752. Now, maybe make me understand in terms of this table. In quintile 5 and in quintile 4, this is our spending per year. Do you add consideration of the fees, of the school fees that are paid by parents? I also want to respond.
Chairperson, those are the amounts that are provided by the department, and then school fees paid by parents are over and above that. So it supplements those amounts.
So you don't make consideration of the fees that are made by parents?
No, those schools do get less than quintiles 1 to 3 because the fees paid by parents are being considered. So those are the schools that are considered to be better resourced. And
I understand that part.
Parents
My
with
argument,
income that are able to pay fees.
Yes,
so
I
that's
understand
why you'll
that
see
part.
the quintiles 4 and 5 generally get a smaller per learner amount relative to those in quintile 1 to 3 that are from schools that are poorer, and that where parents are not paying school fees. So that's why
I get that part. What I want to understand is that when you do this analysis, do you make consideration of the fees that are paid by parents in the schools? So despite the fact that you know what government is spending on a learner in a
Chair, when we did this analysis, what we were just trying to highlight here is the fact that there are provinces that are unable to meet these minimum norms and national thresholds, whether it be quintile 1 to 3 or 4 to 5. But obviously the greatest need or poorest learners are there in quintiles 1 to 3. There is I think a broader issue with the quintile system in that a number of the learners that you'll find in quintiles 4 and 5 do not necessarily come from households that are able to afford fees. So I think the department last year in 2023, the Deputy Minister did also mention that they were going to relook at this quintile system. Because the way in which schools are classified is to look at the surrounding areas. Not notwithstanding the fact that sometimes you have learners that are attending sort of better resource schools, but they do not come from those areas. So I think the department is, they can speak for themselves, but I understand that they are relooking this quintile system.
FFC, wait there. You see, you said to us your objectives, amongst others, are to advise government on equitable and effective distribution of financial resources.
Mm-hmm.
We are interrogating that advice you give to government. I want to interrogate that advice you are given to government, especially as it relates to basic education. And I want to understand if you are considering all aspects in effectively trying to advise government in how it can effectively address the socioeconomic disparities. So the answer is you don't make consideration of the fees that are paid by parents. And I want to give you a picture, and I want us to agree if this is a picture of South African education system, schooling system, especially in basic education currently. So we visited school Brackenfell in Western Cape. It's a quintile 5 public school. Now here the fees, the annual fees are 28,200. Now you divide that by 12 is 2,230 per learner per month. Now on top of it, the additional amount, it means it's how much per that learner, 303 from government yearly. Now, let's speak about the spending of either all sources of learners in our country. Let's speak about the amount of spending per learner in the poor, historically background areas vis-a-vis the spending of learners who are in your quintile 5, which is mostly, well, there are other quintile 5s where there's no, it's a no-fee school because I think the quintiling system just went rogue. But the quintile 5s where parents pay school fees. So these are parents who pay plus minus 2,230, and that is the cheapest. There are others that pay above that. Now, what are the disparities between the spending per learner? And I want you to take into consideration the additional fees from parents, because that will give you a reason why we still have a situation and a picture that, or a social construct, where it is like an Irish coffee, where the white foam remains on bottom, and then the black coffee is on the top, on the bottom, and the white foam remains on top. That will give you a clear picture as to why do we still have a persistent picture of the legacy of the Bantu Education Act. And I am actually questioning, as I'm speaking now, I'm questioning your work and your contribution in creating a funding model that addresses these socioeconomic disparities. That this picture that you've done, that you've given us, at a first glance, it creates an impression that we are spending more. There is more spending on a learner who is poor or from a poor background. But the reality of the matter is that that is not the truth. There is more spending. There is more spending on learners that are from affluent backgrounds. And majority of them, 90% of those learners are white. And that is, for me, a conversation. When I started with the reflections, that is a conversation that I think we should have. It's a conversation we should have because in the last elections, you know, there are studies that were made about the feelings of South Africans on democracy as a system. And the analysis was saying many South Africans are losing confidence in democracy as a system. And these are some of the reasons why they are losing confidence in democracy as a system. They are losing confidence because we've not been having conversations that are the reality of many of our people. In these schools of quintile 5, and I'm speaking about the schools that are better resourced, as you call it in English, the former Model C schools, the schools that certain areas of society believe that those are their schools and not public schools. In these schools, majority of the time, there is a portion of the learners who are on fee exemptions, meaning government pays for their fees. So they can't afford the fees, but the government pays. So I want you as FFC to tell me, what are the disparities of spending per learner? And spending means the reality, not what government gives in. Because I want government to look at what they invest in resources to a learner in a poor background, vis-a-vis the investment that goes to a learner who is from the historically advantaged position. And then you tell me, in that situation, how in the world are you going to create an equitable provision of education? How in the world are you going to effectively address the socio-economic disparities that persist? Because we're going to speak about the socio-economic disparities for the 30 years to come, for the 60 years to come, if we don't address this reality. And the advice you are giving yourself, the advice on equitable and effective distribution of financial resources as FFC, I want you to look at that. That's a conversation we must have. Is the spending from any other source, be it government and parents, is a spending on a poor child? What are the disparities of the spending on a child from historically disadvantaged background? And if it is 1,752 per year, because that's the only source, in a quintile 5, the learner gets about 2,000, let's say 330 per month. That's the spending on that learner. What would be the outcomes of that disparity? What are the outcomes? What kind of society, those are the disparities that we are perpetuating, we are creating, because for me, it's a matter of the kind of conversation we're having. It's a matter of the kind of picture that we are looking at and how we are looking at that picture. Because if we just look at that picture from an angle of what government spends, believe you me, we are never going to change we're never going to address effectively the current socio-economic disparities. But also, we will not change the legacy of the Bantu Education Act. The picture will be the same. The picture will be the same if this disparity is that alarming. Of course, then you are going to have your quintile 5 schools where majority are white learners, where there is all sorts of infrastructure. In fact, in one of the schools, it's Dainfeld in Northern Cape, the principal was bragging about the abundance of electric supply they have, abundance of water supply. You look at the space, you look at the learner-teacher ratio, it's 1:80 or 1:20. Then you go to Joslov, and that follows the spending per learner. That follows that trend. Obviously, you will then have a class, a mechanical engineering workshop class that has 1:40, which is a serious risk. So I want us to have this conversation, and I want you to reflect on on this conversation. For me, it is very crucial that we reflect on this spending per learner, and we really say, what is the outcome? What is an envisaged outcome? What will we get from this? And what has been in the past 30 years, our conversation on advising government to ensure that we close the gap and we effectively address the socio-economic disparities. I think for me, that is a very important, because when you spend 1,752 on a learner, the other learner gets 28,000, actually 28,500 spending on them per year. What will be the outcomes of that? And I want us to have that conversation, because it's an important conversation. It's a conversation that must open doors in how do we effectively address these socioeconomic disparities. The second issue is so in these schools, and I want to go to quintile 5 and the spending you're giving them, because you're giving an analysis of the spending as per the national threshold. But we were then given an impression in the schools that there is a portion of learners that apply for school exemptions fee. And have you done any analysis on this number of learners, the demographics of those learners, the number of those learners that are funded by the government, but they are funded by government in quintile 5? So meaning a government pays 200 for 25% of learners in Brackenfell. Have you done any analysis on that, on the learners in quintile 5s who apply for fee exemptions? And I'm not speaking about the quintile 5s, because we have been to quintile 5 schools where they don't qualify, they don't meet the requirements to be called quintile 5, because these schools, if you look at the entire population of learners in the school, they are all on fee exemptions. It's a no-fee school. You look at just the background, the socio-economic environment of those learners, they don't qualify to pay any fees. They can't pay any fees. So I'm speaking about the real quintile 5 schools. The other thing I want to understand is that, so you break down, as FFC, you break down quite correctly the disparities of access to certain norms and standards in schools. So that's your laboratories, your computer access, and that, and you actually correctly reflect that there is the Eastern Cape and there's Limpopo that are leading in terms of the lowest number, the lowest access to these facilities. Yet, the national threshold of spending per learner is actually standard. So it's a sort of a blanket approach. So we say, no, despite the fact that in this Limpopo and in this Eastern Cape, there is huge disparities. We have agreed that but the spending on these provinces must be the same. Our allocation to spending on a learner in this province, in these very same provinces where there's issues, serious issues, the spending must be the same. And I want to understand, what is that? What was the thought process? Why did we apply a blanket approach and say this is a national minimum threshold on the spending per learner across all provinces? What informed that formula? Why did we not take into consideration and look at every province and look at every district with its challenges and say, obviously, it makes sense that the spending per learner in this province, a province that suffers the most a backlog of infrastructure development, the spending must be a little bit higher. And I also want to come to the grants. So the infrastructure grants, the maintenance grants. So in all the schools that we've been to, these grants, majority of them used to pay municipal bills in majority of the schools. So you will see a transaction to the school, a grant transaction to the school. They will say it's a non-section 21 maintenance grant, but it goes to the municipal. Majority of those fees go to municipal fees. So in reality is that we are not actually providing any maintenance funds. Because if they go, majority of them told us, we spend this money on your water, we spend it on your electricity bills. Meaning if a school receives that and they spend it all on electricity bills, on water bills, you will then get to that school and you find that the maintenance of infrastructure is really substandard. So reflect on that. Reflect on these grants that are meant for maintenance and infrastructure, infrastructure maintenance. If indeed because I understand the provision of water, I understand the provision of electricity, but the maintenance of the infrastructure. So you get to toilets. The first school we visited in the Western, in the Northern Cape, you go there, you look at the status of the hostels. You say to them, so you've not maintained, you've not done any maintenance work in this school, in this area, for how long? Over 3 years, because majority of the fees, the majority of the amount of the fees that they receive really goes to paying municipal bills. So I want you to reflect on that, because you see, these presentations gives us a picture and when we go to the ground, the lived experience of the end user is totally different. So even when you say to a South African parent, and I'm saying these things because we as Parliament, we represent those people directly with their voices. So when you go to a South African parent of a learner who goes to quintile 1 and quintile 3, and you speak about billions of rands that we're investing in the education sector, they look at you like you're somebody who's mad. They look at you like you don't know what you're saying. Not apologies, I think I got cut off. I don't know why. So my two last questions was that, to what extent is the budget allocation for key areas like early childhood development and teacher salaries sufficient, according to FFC? And you spoke about in your recommendation that you have always advocated for schools costing model. Now, expatiate on this model and what has been the gaps, what has been the barriers, and where has been the issues with implementation of this model that you have been advocating for, which I think, if you listen to your presentation in your resolution, it can at least come closer to effectively addressing the disparities. So what has been the barriers? What has been the issues with the advocacy for schools costing model, so that there is efficient and equitable funding? Because the reality of the matter is that there is no equitable spending per learner. It is not there. We as government, we've put our threshold, but if you look at our threshold, it's way lesser than spending on a learner who's from an affluent background. And I'm not saying let's match them, but I'm saying that there's disparities these disparities are perpetuated by the disparities in spending per learner. Now, to AGSA, I think majority of the questions I had were covered, and by Honorable Kaba and the other members. And just to say, so one, for me, it's one really, because I agree with Honorable Christians. I agree that we might have to have a session between DBE and yourselves so that we go through this issues of irregular fruitless expenditure, irregular and fruitless expenditure. And we look at the capacity of the department to really implement consequence management and our action plans. And we interrogate the action plans of the department as they relate to recurring issues from previous audit reports. Because if there are recurring issues, it means the action plans we put in place to mitigate have not been effective. And we need to then look at the action plans we put in place. Now, the only one question I have, because I'm really covered on the questions that were raised, is you spoke about ITC services and control and the lack of service level agreement in one of the slides when you were presenting. And I want to understand, what do you mean? Do you mean that there are areas where there is a contractor appointed or an implementing agency appointed and there is no service level agreement? I think that for me sounded a bit very abnormal. That was concerning, and I want to understand what exactly is the meaning of that. Of that, do we have a situation where we've got contractors appointed with service level agreement? Do we have areas where there is an implementing agent that is given a task and there is no some form of a service level agreement? I think that for me it sounded very abnormal, and I wanted to get clarity if that is what you meant. Those were my questions. So those are my questions because many I think are covered. I want to allow both FFC, starting with FFC, to respond, and then you give to AGSA, and then we take a 15 minutes break, 15 minutes, members, and then we take DBE's internal audit presentation, and then we allow DBE to respond to all the questions, all of them that we had. FFC, Mr. Ntuli.
Thank you, Chair. I will let Sasha to take over all the questions, Chair, to respond to all the questions raised. But I would like to acknowledge some of the issues raised by yourself, Chair. I believe that we will do a thorough research and come back to the committee with some questions on issues which were raised, Chair. But Sasha will take you through with members on other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Ntuli. Chair, starting with just a comment on what Honorable Baba and Shaba had mentioned with regards to infrastructure. I mean, I think what our analysis shows is that money has been allocated, spending has taken place, but existing education infrastructure statistics tell the story of huge discrepancies and lack of infrastructure. On LTSM, we did not look specifically at LTSM delivery, but the observations we make is about certain provinces not being able to fund the per learner funding amounts in line with the national gazetted per learner amount. And this is where the funding for LTSM comes from. So with LTSM, our caution is that, you know, it's highly likely that those schools that are experiencing challenges with respect to being able to meet the national threshold are also experiencing challenges with the delivery of LTSM. We also question the adequacy of funding for LTSM because findings from our research that we conducted, I think it was about 2 years ago, highlighted that funding for LTSM is not really linked to the changing LTSM needs of learners in different grades. So the current approach focuses and bases allocation of funding based on what quintile you're in. So even if we look at the table on the screen now, if you're in quintile 1 to 3, your allocation for LTSM is basically linked to the quintile you're in, whether you're in grade 1 versus being in grade 9. And I mean, obviously your LTSM needs differ as you move through the system. So we think, when we talk about funding of LTSM, the funding needs to be differentiated based on the grade and stage of learning that the learner is in. On Honorable Christians, I think Honorable Christians was basically using our analysis to pose some questions on the adequacy of funding that I think was touched on asked by Honorable Lowe, as well as in other questions, and also the chair when she talks about the funding model that we're talking about. At present, the basic education sector, as members will know, receives the bulk of government's consolidated spending. But as we've seen in all presentations this morning, the outcomes tell a very different story. And we note that fiscal consolidation efforts and growing compensation costs, which are the main expenditure item, ends up crowding out spending on key educational inputs like your textbooks and your learner transport. So in 2001, the FFC made recommendations around a costed norms approach, whereby you first understand what the cost of delivering a service is, and from there you work out your spending, not as the current approach, which is, this is our spending and we will fund as we can. We need a solid understanding of what the costs involved in delivery are. When we made that recommendation in 2001, while government saw the merit of a costed norms approach, they indicated that they couldn't take up the recommendation because of lack of data. But Chair, at this point, I think there is data that exists and that we can use to cost the delivery of basic education. It's only once we are able to cost and understand.
Recording stopped.
Once we are able to cost, that we can make a better commentary on the adequacy of funding. So there's the amount of funding that's available, but it's also the way that we use it. So the efficiency of spending, and what our research showed that we conducted as part of the 2023-24 Division of Revenue, it showed that, I mean, as we can hear from all the inputs, there's much room for improvement. The audit outcomes highlight this. We see irregular spending,
Recording in progress.
So, on the one hand, we talk about adequacy, but there's also the need for the department to ramp up the efficiency and utilization of the funding that is available. There was a question around the impact of delays in meeting the infrastructure targets. And I mean, the impact is really that it widens the education gap between your learners in your resource versus your richer schools. And essentially, as we continue to miss these targets, we entrench the access to poor quality education and poor performance, which goes with that learner as they progress and transition throughout the basic education, their schooling career. And one can even see that this has a knock-on effect as you enter the higher education universities, technicons, because the dropout rates at that point are really high. And I mean, it's about the quality of education delivered at the basic education level, which is just not there. We have learners that are unable to read for meaning, yet we don't have a national LTSM policy, for example. So some of these things may not result in quick fixes, but because of the way in which government works, we need to start with the if I can call it the boring aspects first, like having your policy in place. From the policy, we can then get legislation and funding and regulations in place, because government departments operate according to those legal mandates. So we need to ensure that those are there. Even with respect to the funding for inclusive education, that white paper has been in white paper form for how many years now? We still do not have a policy and a funding. We don't have any funding regulations for special needs and inclusive education. Then, Chairperson, in our analysis of the per learner amounts, we did not consider, our analysis did not really go into the detail that you are mentioning, and which, I mean, you rightfully point out, this gives a skewed picture of what learners are actually receiving in terms of their funding, and makes it look as if we are giving much more funding to our quintile 1s to 3s, when in fact the supplementing school fees paid by parents in those other schools boosts the per learner funding for in quintiles 4 and 5. So Chair, we have not touched on that, but as Mr. Ntuli indicated, we'd like the opportunity to consider that in more detail. With respect to the infrastructure funding versus the per learner funding, those infrastructure funding is funded via conditional grants, and the basis for funding those are different to the per learner funding, which comes through the national norms and standards for school funding. So it's two different funding pools, so to speak. With respect to the maintenance, I think it was the chairperson that indicated that the infrastructure grants are not ending up going towards maintenance. It goes to municipalities to pay water and electricity bills. So each conditional grant, as I said, is underpinned by a conditional grant framework, and the national department oversees is meant to oversee the implementation of that, of the performance of provinces implementing those grants. So if spending is not aligned with the conditions in the grant framework, we'd expect that through the oversight and monitoring and evaluation of the national department, that those discrepancies would be picked up. Because as provincial education departments do submit grant performance reports, and that is where those should be interrogated, and the monitoring, the key role of monitoring comes into play. On teacher salaries, Chairperson, I think the input costs related to teachers are the biggest cost driver in the basic education sector. But also we know that teachers are the most critical, input in basic education. At present, what we see happening is that the growing costs attached to personnel costs tends to crowd out spending on these other complementary inputs, such as LTSM and learner transport in particular. So again, for us, this aspect of costing the delivery of basic education is very critical. It can help us determine the line between, are these provincial education departments being adequately funded or not? Yeah, I think I will stop there. Thank you.
I think the last one was on the formula of the national threshold on spending, on what was the thought process in applying a blanket approach. FFC. Colleagues,
in terms of the question you asked about the blanket formula, so just I think to reiterate, that is the formula that's made at the national level. So it is in terms of looking at why this approach is done. Like Sasha and Mr. Ntuli said, it is something that we probably have to look at and consider more in our research in terms of identifying how well it has worked and why it, and other challenges to why it has not worked that well. So as you rightly, I think, pointed out, it's not this blanket approach is creating a lot of disparities around what's happening on the ground versus the numbers that we're seeing. But it is, I think, something that requires a bit more research to delve into some of these issues around why such an approach has been taken by national government on such a key issue.
Chair, is Ntuli again here. I would request Sasha to put more meat on the answer, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to indicate that the approach was informed by National wanting to ensure that there was uniformity in terms of the funding of learners in particular quintiles. So that a learner in quintile 1, whether they're based in Western Cape or Limpopo, that they should be funded along the same, according to the same benchmark. Thank you.
Does uniformity translate to equity?
Chair?
Can I ask, I want to ask a follow-up. So uniformity, does it translate to equity? Does it create an equity environment? I mean, if you say uniformity, if you say to me, you are all given 10 minutes to run a 10-kilometer race, but where I am in that race, there is many hurdles on the road, and the other one just runs on a free road. Does uniformity create an equity? That's what I want to understand, the thought process. I really
no,
just want
it certainly doesn't. And I think we see, like you mentioned, all the disparities that you've seen in your oversight visits. It definitely doesn't create equity on the ground. On paper, it looks like we're going to achieve something, but it's not translating into what government is intending. You need to take into consideration context-specific aspects of a learner in the Northern Cape, which is geographically quite dispersed, versus, other provinces, for example. So this uniform blanket approach is not helpful. You do need a differentiated approach to funding.
Okay.
Funding.
Thank you. Thank you. AGSA.
Thank you, Chair. Let me acknowledge and thank you, the honorable members, for the question. I think many of the questions that were based on our presentation was more directed to the department. So allow me not to get to that part so that I don't take the department position. But let me start with your question, Honorable Chair, of ICT, where you are seeing that we are basically speaking to the SLA that is not in place. Yes, we did pick that up in the National Department of Education. It was actually for software licenses. So the software license agreement, so they had an agreement that lapsed. And between the period of that agreement lapsing and the renewal, there was a space of time where they were paying, and they were paying without that SLA in place. So yes, you're right. There are instances where we would have paid without the SLA being active. Let me go to I think the Honorable Kaba, and I think it came through as well a bit later on. With regard to maybe let me start with the consequence management, right? And I think there's a question that keeps saying, AG, what are you doing about it? And Chair, allow me just to emphasize the fact that you remember that the mandate of the AGSA does not overtake the responsibilities of accounting officers and accounting authorities. And I'm saying that because Section 38 of the PFMA is quite articulate in terms of what needs to happen when the expenditure management processes did not go according to the Act. So, for instance, one of the things that we are expecting the accounting officers, whether being the HODs at provincial level or the DG at national department, is that we need to make sure that the department has got a process in place to manage the exposure, the risk exposure that comes with the expenses that they're spending on. If you go to the Treasury regulation as an example, and you go to Part 8, Section 8, sorry, in particular, and Part 4, there is a whole lot of processes in terms of what needs to happen. And if you ask us in a nutshell, where is this thing going wrong? The issue of incurring irregular expenditure, fruitless or unauthorized, in whatever the case may be, it does not necessarily get dealt with by the fact that when they are then these expenditures, then we are attempting to implement consequence management at that point. But there is a performance management processes that need to be in place, which means that the caliber of the officials that we are also bringing in the system, right from junior level, by the time that somebody else is capturing the invoice, if you look at Treasury regulation, it will be very particular around the approval processes of invoices, as an example. It will be very particular around the approval processes of supply chain steps, right from the committees, right, into the accounting officer space. So if you ask us as the AGSA, how do we get this thing right? As a basic, we are going to say, have a system of performance management for the caliber of the officials that you are having. So your recruitment processes must speak to that. Your performance management processes must speak to that. But importantly, what we've done as the AGSA, understanding that we need to be independent of the auditees and we should not be competing for the accounting officer responsibility. We've developed what we called preventative controls guideline, and it's got modules in it. If you go to those guidelines in modules, there is a chapter on supply chain on its own. There, as the AGSA, we are advising. Obviously, we cannot impose because the Act suggests that we cannot impose ourselves, neither can we dictate it to the accounting officer. But we are advising to say, for you to run a successful supply chain machinery, these are the steps that you need to follow, right from the need analysis into the delivery and acceptance of the service or the goods from the service providers. And tapping into the section 38A1 of the PFMA, where it then speaks to what happens if you, by in any chance, incur irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, that then the responsibility of remedying that internal control, the responsibility of taking disciplinary action against that official, the responsibility of getting the money back from the official who had caused the fiscus. So those are well articulated in the legislation. All that we did in putting together that guide, we were hoping that different auditees of the Auditor-General, right from national department into local government, if you ever struggle as an accounting officer not knowing where to start, you literally can get on our website, you can pull the particular chapter of what you are dealing with. You can already start to deal with it in aligning and benchmarking your standard operating procedures. What we see happening most of the time is the discipline to adhere to the standard operating procedures that are in place. And the only way to get that discipline right is that those that are given the responsibility to monitor in the ecosystem, meaning if I am managing supply chain management and I am a director at that level, we need to be clear on how would you pick up when things are not going right at that point in time. The challenge becomes when you become aware when the Auditor-General audited as an auditee and we pick it up because it's very late at that point in time. Of course, in line with the material irregularity amendment that we had, it's given us the ability to start tapping into some of these areas, and we've done so. And I think that's why we're showing you the slides when we were alluding to the 41 material irregularities that we issued in terms of the financial losses that the departments endured. I'm talking about national department, including the PED. What we are picking up as the AGSA is that, of course, we can speak to the capacity of a department or an entity in implementing the consequence management. But if you really think about it, if you look at it from the process flow perspective, it should not get to the point where you are then burdened by a number of irregular expenditure if this process flow is properly dealt with in between. So, Chair, I'm happy for us to, I think you were making a call for us to come through and just indicate what are some of these areas that can be dealt with better. But I guess as the AGSA, our view is that this thing should not be dealt with as only a consequence management element. It's a system. And unless that system is dealt with from the recruitment perspective, from performance management perspective, from the monitoring perspective, in making sure that both the PFM, the requirements of the PFM and the Treasury regulations are properly embedded as a culture in the institution, we would always struggle as either an entity or as a department. But like I said, any particular advice that any auditee may need in any area of a supply chain process, we do have the preventative control modules that we introduced and plugged for many of our auditees to benefit from. So if Chair, I can just go to the question of what was the problem with the non-compliance in particular, and if I were to stay on the department a bit, I know that the irregular expenditure for the department compared to previous year, it had dropped, right? But you remember that the PFMA actually leaves no room for fruitless and wasteful and unauthorized and irregular. It really discouraging the incurrence of those. So we are encouraged that it is going down in terms of year-by-year comparison, but the ideal is actually not to have it at all, especially fruitless and wasteful, because it just means that we had incurred expenditure that we don't get value from. In terms of the monitoring of the service providers, and I'm going to take it straight to the provincial departments, because that's one of the biggest challenges at provinces in particular, in terms of the implementing agents. You remember that many of the provinces have got implementing agents who are facilitating these infrastructure projects for them. And we just find that the monitoring of those service providers is lacking and therefore exposing many of the PEDs to irregular expenditure and the likes. It basically means that the space at which the service provider implement and the turnaround time from the department to actually come through and almost oversee or monitor the progress made, it's actually too wide. So there need to be a much more closer process. If you ask us, we'll tell you that we need to make sure that every stage of completion gets to be monitored before we move to the next one, because if you realize almost towards the end of the project that the service provider had not done the minimum that you agreed on, you are actually losing a lot of work and money that you would have put into that place. So the monitoring of the implementing agents currently in the sector is a problem. It used to be one of the biggest issues in DBE in particular, but you would have seen that DBE right now, almost every project they would have visited. It is not perfect, but the model that they started to introduce at DBE is what we are thinking of for the rest of the provinces. Just the idea of being on the ground as a project manager in making sure that every layer of that project get to be authorized or at least approved before the service provider progresses. Because some of the MI, so the material irregularities that the AGSA issued, it was on the basis of the shoddy work that the service providers has done. And by the time we get on site, they've already advanced quite a bit in some instances. Chair, I think there was a question, maybe in summary of what are the new strategies AGSA is recommending to prevent irregular? And I've already indicated the chain and the preventative controls that needs to be in place. But what we are suggesting as the AGSA is that the departments and the auditees and the entities, we need to be very firm in deterring the occurrence of this, because we know that getting money back is a challenge. The same goes for the processes of trying to remedy a situation where we've already paid a service provider and now you are asking for them to deliver or ask them for a refund of some sort. So in summary, we are basically saying that let's make the financial management processes as envisaged in the Treasury regulations and the PFMA a reality. We need to implement that, have standard operating procedures, and make sure that the culture and the posture of the officials that are trusted with these responsibilities promote the efficient management of resources of the department. May I pause here, Chair? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Koma. Honorable members, is there any follow-up, any issue that was not responded to? Your questions to the department are going to be responded to after we break for 15 minutes. Any issue? Okay, then can we break for 15 minutes? And let me thank the AGSA and the delegation from the FFC for your time. Just to say, FFC, we will be looking forward to that research that we think we must do. I believe that it's important that we do that research. It's very important. Otherwise, we will not change the picture. And I am afraid myself, I don't want my grandchildren to come and say, I was a member of parliament and we just sat here and did not do anything. And I don't think that's what we want, all of us. So do that research. Speak to us about how do we really effectively address the disparities, the socioeconomic disparities. How do we really give a black child and any other historically disadvantaged South Africans a real chance in life, a real chance. So I think we will be looking forward to that research work and also a follow-up discussion on these models that we have, all these models and interrogation of these models. And we really, until we come and say to ourselves, we really have done our part in ensuring that we redress. But at this moment, we are not redressing. If we are, the pace is very little. We've just created tokenism. And I don't think that's what we wanted to create. I don't think that was our vision when we wanted a democratic dispensation. To AGSA, we will find time. We'll look at our program for the third term. It is quite packed, I must say. It is quite packed, and also we are going to be interfacing with the departments we visited and the PDs. So it is quite packed, but we'll find time. We'll definitely create time where we ourselves and the department and yourselves really have these interactions on some of the material findings that you've spoken to us about. Thank you very much to both of you, and we are going to release you so that you don't, unless if you want to continue with us, that is also okay. So we're going to break for 15 minutes. We will come back after 15 minutes to take one last presentation, and that is the last presentation from DBE on the internal audit committee. And then we're going to allow DBE to respond to all other questions, all of them that were raised even previously. Thank you, honorable members. Let's take the break. We're coming back at what time, Mr. Brown? What is
at this 15 minutes from now, we should put us at 14:40.
14:40, yes, 14:40.
13:40, sorry, yeah, 13:40.
13:40.
That's correct, Chairperson, 13:40.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, I hope we are back so that we can start with the second session. DBE internal audit, are you guys ready to start? You are going to start with the presentation. After the presentation, we'll check if there is additional
Recording in progress.
And after the additional questions, we'll then go into the responses by the DPE team led by the minister. Let's allow the internal audit of DPE. You can introduce the team and then start the presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Sanbonan and Molweni. Goeiemiddag, Dumelang, Oshane, Tobela, and Dimasiar. I'm DP van der Nest. I'm the Audit Committee, the Independent Audit Committee Chairperson of the department, of the National Department. I'm an independent member. My job is I'm head of Department of Auditing at Tshwane University of Technology in Garankuwa in Tshwane. I am supported by 4 other independent members on the committee, Ms. Makatini, Mr. Simelane, Mr. Nhlongo, and Mr. Manguku. Here today to support is Ms. Emily Mola, Honourable Chairperson. She's the Chief Audit Executive in the department, and they also perform the secretarial and administrative functions for the Audit Committee. Honourable Chair, I will be guided by you in terms of the detail that you do require. I have submitted a presentation. It is quite in detail. I've listened to the Auditor-General, some of the issues they've also already raised as well. So I will, during the presentation, be guided by the Honourable Chair as well. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Just consider the presentation read, but highlight important issues that you would want to bring to the committee.
Thank you. I will do that, Chair. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. Let's go to... The purpose of the presentation is to brief the Portfolio Committee on the activities of the Audit Committee of the department. Just again for clarity, we are the Audit Committee of the National Department. The provincial departments have their own internal audit, their own audit committees, their own accounting officers, MECs, etc. So we look at the activities of the National Department. We've included in the presentation, as you indicated, Honourable Chair, the Honourable Members have read through it. So we have touched on our responsibilities, some detail in terms of the internal audit work that has been done in the department, what we've looked at in our meetings, some of the challenges that we've identified and that we are monitoring. In terms of our monitoring of investigations on irregular and fruitless or wasteful, we also look at the regularity audit from the Auditor-General side, and then performance information, the issues identified, and we also look at the audit action plan. The Audit Committee has got a legal responsibility in terms of the PFMA, but we, in terms of best practice, look at internal audit and external audit, the implementation of recommendations from internal and external audit. We look at risk management in the department, and important, the quality of the financial statements that are submitted to the Auditor-General for auditing. Oversight over the system of internal control of performance information, and then oversight in terms of investigation processes of irregularities, etc. That's in short the responsibilities of the Audit Committee. We have received, and I'm not going into detail We've approved 15 internal audits for the department during the year under the review, and there were also 13 special requests that was done by internal audit, where we wanted to look at certain controls in certain environments. And then ASIDI, or infrastructure audits, there were audits at 2 of the implementing agents. As you've also heard from the Auditor-General, we do still have issues with infrastructure, but we can start seeing the improvement in terms of the new strategy as implemented, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, around that, and I'll get to that in a bit more detail. We also request follow-ups on Auditor-General's previous findings to make sure that they've been resolved. All the findings have not been resolved by the end of the year, hence we have seen some repeat findings as well. And then, yeah, we've had some special audit committees that we've requested. The whole issue, as reported by the Auditor-General, of consequence management has become a big focus for us, Honourable Chair. So in August, we actually had HR and Labour Relations in to give us a detailed analysis of the investigations, of consequence management, and the progress against that. And we have made certain recommendations, and we are following that up as well, because it is a current issue that we are looking at. We've had another special meeting coordinated by internal audit on the progress on irregularities. That was done in November last year. And yes, further we reviewed the action plan from the Auditor-General, and internal audit has given comments on the implementation of these actions. Internal audit has conducted some investigations into irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And yes, there's a number of items, as you indicated. I shall take it as read. I'm not going to give all the detail in here. Performance information, it is important that internal audit reviews this and the annual report. There were still issues identified by internal audit, and it also resulted in some findings by the Auditor-General, as you would have seen in the report from the Auditor-General, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, in 2 of the branches. That was unfortunate, because we were really looking forward to a clean audit with regard to performance information and all the work that has gone into that. But there has been measures implemented already to make sure that that will not reoccur. Then I just want to see quickly, yes, supply chain management is also an issue in terms of irregular expenditure that we've seen, and I'll get to that in a little more detail for the members, and that we've seen in the NECT and in Mvula Trust in the Eastern Cape, where there were instances of irregular expenditures by implementing agents again. But that is a strong focus area for the Audit Committee, but also for the department. And I will expand a little more of even the Director-General's very hands-on involvement now with these implementing agents to try and limit the impact of that on the department. We've also had an audit of the NSNP. It's something that's close to my own heart, because we can't have students or learners cannot learn when they're hungry. So we need to make sure that the NSNP is functioning properly. It is a provincial responsibility, but the grant comes from this. And we did request some site visits at schools, etc. And the findings were addressed with the provincial departments where there were issues identified as well. I've given the schedule of meetings. I'm not going to go through that, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, just to show you what activities the Audit Committee does perform during the financial year. And there are specific areas at every quarter. At the end of May, we received the annual report and the annual financial statements, together with an internal audit review of that we've received on the 29th of May already. 27th of July, at the end of July, we normally receive the AG's management letter and the audit report for the financial year. And then we decide on the way forward in terms of action plans, etc. As I indicated earlier, we also had a special in-committee meeting to just see that we get progress with investigations and consequence management. And I think we've started to see some improvement in there as well. There are some of the old cases, as indicated, that there's people that have left, etc. But we need to get this up to date as well. September was another quarterly meeting, and November as well. We also had an in-committee meeting with regard to material irregularities. There were 4 material irregularities identified by the Auditor-General. And myself and the committee and the accounting officer sees this in a very serious light. So we've been monitoring the progress with regard to resolving these material irregularities very closely. It is a separate item at every meeting, and we also had a special meeting, and we've seen progress that 3 of the 4 have already been satisfactorily resolved, and we've also gotten confirmation at the audit committee from the Auditor-General that they are happy with how it was resolved, and there's 1 still with legal services on this, but a little more on that later. Yes, there's still a number of meetings, Honourable Chair, members. I'm not going to read through all of them, but it gives you a good indication of what we are monitoring at which stage. And normal quarterly meetings, we look at the financial reporting, risk reporting, budget and expenditure, etc. as well. The control environment in the department in general, we've got stability in leadership. We've got an accounting officer that has been in the position and is experienced. I must be honest, the accounting officer provides excellent support to the audit committee, and recommendations from the audit committee is taken very seriously, and he always ensures that it is implemented as well. And so that support assists in that governance function that we also, or governance overview that we do. In the most branches, we now have leadership stability, Chair, and monitoring is enhanced. The governance structures, the audit committee is fully functional. I think you would have seen in the Auditor-General's report as well. We've improved in terms of risk management, the functioning of the risk committee. The risk committee also now has an independent chairperson, which is one of the audit committee members that then reports into the audit committee. And that's for the monitoring of risk activities, etc. by the branches. We concerned with regard to the risk maturity level, and we always monitor that, and there's been improvement in terms of strategic, operational and project level risk management as well. With regard to financial statements, and I'll get to that a little later, we have seen improvements over the last couple of years, and actually a small improvement this year that has a major impact, but I'll get to that as well. With regard to some challenges still quality assurance by some branches, especially on performance information. There's still some capacity issues at ASIDI, supply chain management, and even at strategic, where the performance information is collated and reported. Some prior audit findings are not addressed fully, and management is still working on them, and that poses a risk for a repeat finding as well. We've seen an improvement with regard to the synergy between finance and infrastructure to improve that working relationship. In finance is totally dependent on the information that comes from ASIDI to finance to draw up the financial statements at the year. And we've seen that improvement, but it can even be strengthened further. But the result of of this better cooperation has been that we have seen a better set of financials that we submitted to the Auditor-General. Supply chain is an area that requires more strengthening, and in terms of the whole control environment around that, we also had some payments like longer than 30 days, etc. And we've got this link between supply chain in the IAs and our own financial statements, and what happens impacts us as a department as well, or the department. Irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Internal audit deals with the investigations of irregular, fruitless and wasteful. There is an investigation committee that was established, and prior cases have been investigated. In 2021, 100% was done. 2022, 3 was completed, and about 950 million investigated by the end of this year. And then management is then to implement consequence management because of this irregular expenditure, etc. And we are monitoring that. We will have a strong focus, Honourable Chair, on this, even in this current financial year. There were condemnations approved for some of this, on the irregular expenditure, after the investigations were implemented and after consequence management was concluded as well. There's a recovery in process. Letters were written to implementing agents and departments, etc., through legal services to facilitate certain recoveries as well. What we received from the Auditor-General, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, is our key assurance provider. The Auditor-General has added so much value to the department, and it's a trusted assurance provider to the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee has seen some progress with regard to the regularity audit outcome. We've had unqualified audit opinions for the last 4 years with certain compliance matters. That is still, and I'll get into more detail a little later on that as well. But the financial statements were unqualified. The prior years, 2022 and 2023, they were unqualified, Honourable Members, because the Auditor-General identified certain matters and the department corrected that. And for me, that is a problem. We need to submit a clean set to the Auditor-General. And this year, 2024, was now a year that we were able to improve with regard to the financial statements. And as I said, it's a minor improvement, but it resulted in the department not having to adjust the financial statements. And I think that is a very important progress that we have seen. The historical audit outcomes, you would see that 2017, 18, 19, 18, 19, 19, 20, the department was qualified. And then it's slowly improved with more findings in 2021, 2022, and 3, and then now 2024, the audit outcome again unqualified and with some improvements in terms of the quality of the financial statement. In terms of other matters, there were still issues with the performance information in Program 2 and Program 4, and these were findings then that was included by the Auditor-General. Then the irregular expenditure, procurement, there were awards made to bidders who did not get the highest score. And this was in implementing agents, but as you know by now that this affects the irregular expenditure at the department. And that is part of this action plan with regard to project management and holding the implementing agents accountable. Irregular expenditure came down from 950 to 188 million. Fruitless and wasteful came down from 15.6 to 8.9. And then we've seen the delays in consequence management, and that's what we are following up as an audit committee as well, and it was reported by the Auditor-General as well. Areas and improvement that we've seen. There were no findings on the preparation of annual financial statements. I've already spoken to that, and that is positive. Irregular expenditure reduced, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduced. 3 out of the 4 material irregularities were resolved. 97 requests for information were issued during the audit, and all of them were responded to on time. So that, working with the Auditor-General, we can also see the improvement. The Director-General has become personally involved with regard to infrastructure. And with meetings earlier this reporting year, with meetings between ASIDI and the finance section, and then also frequent meetings with implementing agents to strengthen the reporting and the improvement in the environments there. The Audit Committee, as I indicated, we monitored the progress with the challenges with regard to consequence management. And there are strategies to improve the turnaround times here. All cases up to 2021 were already implemented, but there were some challenges with officials that left, and unfortunately, one or two also sadly passed away in some of the cases. But that is being monitored very closely. If we look at infrastructure, and that's where the bulk of the issues on the financial statements in terms of irregular expenditure occurs, honorable members, you can see the improvement. The members must note, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that if in 2021 there's a contract awarded by an implementing agent, and that contract was deemed as irregular, and it's a 3-year contract, all 3 years of that contract up to 2024 is then deemed irregular and is reported as such. So we've seen from the analysis that we've done from the reporting that your fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the left bottom corner of the slides have decreased from 98 to 20 to 8.7 in 2024. The first irregular expenditure is important, honorable members. It's got the 2 little asterisks there. And this is the irregular expenditure for the current year that happened in 2024. You can see in 21 it was 830, in 22 102, and 23 it was only 2 million. And then we sit with the reoccurring, that's the bottom line, because of when it was originally declared. But I can see the progress there, but there's still some work to be done in terms of this as well. Some of the key issues that remained was the issue of local content, and there's some relaxation there that might improve some of the projects as well. We had the issues in terms of stop projects that causes fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and there's now more controls in place, because we've seen the cases, for example, in the Eastern Cape, where the department was not informed in time that actually that project is no longer necessary because there's not enough learners and they've merged schools, etc. So they are, and I know the department in their answer will also discuss more of that in terms of the controls that have been put in place. So the DG has put controls in place to prevent this from happening, as I've indicated there under point 3 on the slide. Consequence management, implementing agents, they must apply their contractual provisions. There must be penalties for delayed projects. And then we require termination of non-performing professional service providers and contractors. The DBSA as an IA also undertook certain internal investigations and terminated the contract of some of their officials. In terms of infrastructure, they will continue to improve the monitoring of implementing agents. and the whole project management. And we will look at the full set of half-year financial statements to ensure their accuracy. We need regular monthly recons, and then we also will look at more internal audit effort directed to some of these projects as well. We're looking forward to the interim audit by the AG, which gives us a very important assurance and information as well. In terms of the MIs, I'm not going to go back to that. We are happy that 3 of them have been resolved and 1 is at legal, so we hope to see it being resolved very soon. The annual report, there were some issues identified in the performance information. And there was improvement noted in terms of the evidence that was provided by branches. But there's still some improvement needed in terms of the timely submission of the information to enable a proper review process. So if we look at this year's audit outcome, there were in program 2 some material findings raised related to the revised history curriculum and the assessments that had to be included in the APP. And then there was also a matter raised in program 4 in terms of the number of learners trained, etc. So this is a slight decline in our performance information's quality, especially in program 2. As you would have seen in 2023, there were only findings in program 4. So this needs to be addressed by management urgently to make sure. We're constantly striving, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, to assist that this department gets a clean audit, and the DG has on various occasions indicated that that's not negotiable at all as well. So that one we will keep on monitoring as well. Then proposed improvement. There need to be strengthened quality assurance of the reported information and timely, so that we do not get that the AG finds the issues. Maybe more detailed work by internal audit on the quarterly performance information as well. And then we need to look at capacity at strategic planning as well. We've received the management action plan from management based on the Auditor-General's findings, and we have reviewed that, and we've also requested that that be discussed with the Auditor-General, and we have received such a plan. The previous year, not everything was addressed, and we will monitor in this current financial year. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, yes, we as a committee, we will continue to address all these matters within our mandates. That is, of course, in the national department. And we will look at the high risk, high impact issues and monitoring the implementation of consequence management as well, moving forward. We need to get to a clean audit in the department, and we can almost touch it. We need to get there. Honourable Chair, yes, I've rushed a bit. I know you are pressed for time. Please note the report, and then if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer, and the colleagues from the department also here to assist on that one. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, for the time.
Thank you very much. Honourable Members, any additional questions to the internal audit, or you are going to stick to your previous questions? Any hands?
My hand is up, sir.
Honourable Chair, my name is Mama Priti Tabanchaba.
Honourable Gaba.
I want to put the apology up front. We are having our study group of public service and administration at 3 o'clock or so. If we are not finishing before 3, I want to be released to share. Thank you. I'm sticking in my previous question. Thank you.
Noted, Honourable Nchaba. Honourable Christians, I see your hand. Honourable Mashabela, was it you saying your hand is up?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, you'll follow Honorable.
I'm driving. I think maybe if I can't be able to ask questions, I'll be able to forward the questions to you.
Okay, noted. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have two questions. I just want to know with regard to the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We've seen that there were specific actions taken to reduce irregular expenditure from 955 million to 188 million. So my question is, what specific actions have been taken to reduce this irregular expenditure, and what further steps are planned to address the rest of the issue remaining? And also, how is the department ensuring timely consequence management for cases of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? And then also with regard to control of environment and challenges there, what strategies are being implemented to improve the capacity in ASIDI and supply chain management? And how has the department addressed the issues between finance and ASIDI to ensure better quality assurance and accountability? And then just lastly, with regard to consequence management, I think I have raised it before, but just to add on to that, can the presenter also provide an update on the progress of consequence management cases from the last 3 financial years, and specifically what challenges remain in this area? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Mashabela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, how is the independence of internal audit committee guaranteed? Are there any vacancies in the committee? What systems have been put in place to cap the bad conduct of implementing agents? And the last, but yes, to whom does the audit committee report? Then the last one, Chair, according to the internal report, audit report, the previous cases of irregular expenditure were investigated and concluded as follows. 2021, 2,200% of 3.2 billion. 2022, 23, 100% of more than 1 billion. Then 2023, 24, 100% of 954 million. So was consequence management implemented in these cases? If so, who were held accountable? And what were the specific charges brought against them? A total of 1.560 billion in condonations was approved for irregular expenditure. Can we be provided with a detailed explanation of this process? Has the recovery process for the irregular expenditure been initiated? Lastly, Chair, to the department, why are there delays in enforcing consequence management, especially when the department continues to operate under officials involved in corrupt activities? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela. It was Honorable Law. It's Honorable Law's hand raised.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not going to be long, as I would want to speak on governance and internal controls. I'd want to be straight to the questions. What steps has the committee taken to strengthen internal controls and ensure compliance with financial operational policies? And can they provide insights on and into how the committee monitors adherence to deadlines such as paying suppliers within 30 days? It's quite important. I'll prefer it in written as well, of paying suppliers within 30 days. And on fraud and prevention ethics, how effective are the current fraud and corruption prevention measures within the department? What recommendation does the Internal Audit Committee have to further improvements? What mechanism are in place to address conflicts of interest and ensure ethical conduct across all department activities? And then on the grant management, given the audit findings around the misuse of conditional grants, how is the Internal Audit Committee involved in ensuring the future grants are used appropriately and within the legal framework? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Mine are just simple. I think this is related to how we manage risks as an internal audit committee. And it's just to say, can you please just tell us about the key strategic risks that you've identified for the financial year 2023-2024? And how do we plan to mitigate those risks? And your role in monitoring and managing risks related to your ethical standards and financial resources, especially in finalizing audit findings. I think those are just the two, but please speak to the issue of course, which I agree, speak to the issue of the condonation process and give us assurance. Let's give members of the public assurance that we really, where there is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are really clear and we have capacity to actually impact or implement consequence management. I think what the AG was reporting on internal control, the concerns were on the capacity of this audit committee to ensure that we have a system, we have a management system that is able to monitor and pick up issues as they arise. And we don't pick them up or we don't end up with this kind of findings, but we're able to pick them up and we're able to institute consequence management timelessly, so that when AG comes, the report says this matter is already being processed. I think we want to understand your capacity as an audit committee. If you have the capacity to assist the department to reach a clean audit where we don't have any fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I think reflect on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yes, I will start by I don't know, Minister, what do you prefer? That you start with the responses from the previous questions, and you allow DG and the team and everyone and the DM, or you would prefer that internal audit starts and then you come after? That's still fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can just maybe provide some responses because there's quite a bit from the various presentations that have come through. So I wouldn't mind perhaps starting with some of the questions and then of course the department and then the internal audits, because some of the questions were directed to the internal audit, so internal audit committee. So I wouldn't mind to then allow the department and the internal audit committee to respond. Firstly, Chair, I just want to say, firstly, Chair, I just want to say I want to appreciate the engagement from the portfolio committee, and to also just assure the portfolio committee that we remain absolutely committed to accounting to you on the various issues, whether it's the annual reports, whether it's the audit outcomes, because ultimately you are the ones who are elected to hold us accountable. So we absolutely appreciate the engagement, and I suppose we also appreciate the tough questions, because Chair, we're never going to improve the system. And a lot of members over the past couple of hours have been lamenting, how do we reform the system? We're never going to reform the system if we don't push each other hard. You pushing us on responses, and us responding accordingly, and making amendments where they should be. So we do appreciate the opportunity to be able to respond to the questions. We will be responding to questions today, and of course we are spending the afternoon and evening with the committee tomorrow to go through annual reports, which I think some of the questions will also be dealt with there. So firstly, I just want to say we've noted obviously the FCC's presentation, the Auditor-General's presentation, and the internal audit presentation. While we have obtained an unqualified audit, but we certainly are committed to getting a clean audit, Chairperson. The other issue is I want to maybe spend just some time just explaining just how some of these things work when it comes to the concurrent function between us and the provinces. That, you know, how the education sector funding works is that we are allocated just over 330 billion rand a year as DBE, and just over 80% of that is transferred directly to provinces. And in terms of at least compensation of employees and the like, Treasury allocates the different provinces their equitable share using the equitable share formula to determine how much provinces receive. And so then provinces have an election on how to allocate the budget to the education departments in their provinces. But the grants that come from DBE that have conditions attached to them, Chairperson, are meant to be spent according to those conditions. So a number of members had raised the issue around the misspending of conditional grants. And it's a great concern for us, for the provinces, because Chair, that money is the conditions attached to those grants are legally binding. And so if we are allocating 10 billion rand a year to the school nutrition program, it is meant to go directly to that function. The infrastructure, which has become a big issue of discussion today, is also one of such grants where there is an infrastructure grant which is designed to deal specifically with backlogs, but also a grant, the allocation of infrastructure which is dealing with ongoing maintenance and the like. So these things are important, and I think if the committee and when the committee engages with the provinces, it would be incredibly useful also to emphasize to them that these things are not negotiable, and that even though we completely are understanding of the financial situation that provinces find themselves in, but we can't have a situation where the conditional grants are not spent on what is meant to be spent on. Then I want to just spend a little bit of time on infrastructure as a challenge, Chair. Infrastructure delivery remains a challenge because of a number of things, and I think one, it's been raised by members in the first engagement with the second engagement with the Auditor-General, and some of the reflections from the FCC's presentation, and some of the reflections, at least from the oversight visit in the Northern Cape. And I would urge, Chair, that as soon as we receive that report from the Portfolio Committee, we will certainly follow up with some of the issues that have been raised and some of the issues that concern the Portfolio Committee, because this is the importance of these oversight visits. You are the eyes and ears of the people of South Africa, and so when you do find things that are not working well on the ground, it is useful that we receive that report. And once we receive that report, even when we come back to report to you, we will bring the province along with us. Because of course the provinces, Chair, they are the implementing agents in effect of our education system. We do the disbursement of grants, but also we set policy, directives, guidelines, regulations, but ultimately the delivery of education and the choice of funding of certain things over certain things remains the prerogative of the provinces. So when you do oversight visits into the provinces and we receive a report, we'll certainly bring the concerned provinces with us so that you can ask specific questions so that they may be able to answer. Infrastructure remains a challenge, Chair, for a number of reasons. Number one, because obviously of the huge infrastructure need in South Africa. We know particularly in rural provinces how much this is a massive challenge, whether you go to the rural Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. Yesterday was in the Northwest. So wherever you go, you realize that infrastructure is a problem for a number of reasons. Either number one, there are structures which are inappropriate in schools, either asbestos, mud schools, or schools that are dilapidated, or there is infrastructure that has not been properly maintained, which needs to be maintained. And so that is a huge backlog that we have to work through. But the big problem that we are experiencing, and I think the audit committee also spoke to this quite a bit, is our implementing agents, Chair. Our implementing agents are letting us down and are letting the provinces down in a big way, because often an implementing agent will be given a responsibility to deliver on a project. Either it will not be complete, as you would have seen some of the findings on irregular expenditure in particular, has been because sometimes projects are incomplete or have not been seen to finish. And implementing agents have to be held to account. And that's the responsibility that I and my team take. In fact, one of the things that I've recently requested the DG to do is to set up weekly engagements for me and with the implementing agents directly. Because, Chair, I'll be honest with you, we find that whenever I go to provinces, it is the same agents that are doing business with the state who continuously don't finish projects, who have overruns in terms of projects, who have escalated costs, and we can't function in this way. And one of the other things I want to explore with holding implementing agents to account is interacting with Treasury about how some implementing agents who are perpetual offenders for the department and others can be barred from doing business with the state, because it cannot be that an implementing agent that didn't deliver in Limpopo can then also be still given business in the Eastern Cape or given business in the Northern Cape. We should be able to say, if you are unable to deliver against our projects within the specified times, within the specified budget, then, well, clearly you are incapable of doing the kind of work that we need as government. And we need to be quite ruthless about saying, well, then we're going to cut you off. And that's something that I would really like to explore with Treasury about how that can be done, obviously in a legally sound way. But we can't keep having the same conversations. You will ask us time and time again why this infrastructure is a big problem for the Auditor-General, for the internal audit, for delivery. And we will still be coming here and saying it's implementing agents. And frankly, it's not good enough, because they are not accountable to you, but we are. And so we've got to do a lot more to hold their feet to the fire. And I've got here in the meeting, Chair, the head of infrastructure in the department, who will answer to some of the questions that have been raised. But then quickly before I step off, Chair, there were some questions that were raised by honorable members in the committee in the duration of today's meeting. Some of the questions raised particularly around the disparity and the inequality that still exists in the system, whether the issue is expenditure on a per learner or whether the issue is around the provision of teachers. And we are acutely aware of this. I think Honorable Kabanjaba raised this. We are acutely aware of this, and that's part of the reason why we've got to do everything in our power to make sure that we improve education outcomes. Whether a child is coming from Kwakwa or Santon, at the end of the day, they have to be able to say they've got access to quality education. And that requires us to be a lot more intentional, Chair, about how we spend money and how provinces really spend money in these provinces. How do we make sure that we fix infrastructure backlogs? How do we make sure that our children are not, and our educators are also not exposed to the indignity of pit toilets, as an example? And also, how do we make sure that LTSM material, textbooks are delivered on time? Because these are the things that set particularly poor Black children back when it comes to the education system. Then there were a number of questions that were raised around infrastructure, the ASIDI, which Tulufelo will be dealing with. And then the issue that was also raised was around water in rural areas. Members, one of the things that I think is going to be very important for us to do is to make sure that we are working with other departments. That's going to be critical because, you know, the reality is that some of these things are not the core business of the DBE, but they are absolutely critical for the work that we do. For instance, the provision of water. That becomes a big issue because it's not only access to clean drinking water for our learners and our educators, but also it affects sanitation. And so this is why I'm committed to saying I want to work with various other ministers and departments to make sure that we partner when it comes to making sure that our education system is well equipped. For instance, the Minister of Water and Sanitation is one of those people that I want to engage with to say where there's an issue with water provision, when it particularly pertains to school, we have to have a far more greater concentration there, because you can't have 1,500 children in one school and there being not a drop of water. That's not something that the DBE can necessarily control. But at the same time, that's what the South African government should be occupying itself with. So I do want to definitely deal with that with my other colleagues. Then there was also an issue around overcrowding in schools. And this is a huge issue, especially in the context of budget constraints. We want to make sure that, you know, with our infrastructure allocation, we are also making sure that we extend or at least build additional classrooms. But that's why also, Chair, I've taken the fight directly to Treasury to say, well, we can't be cutting on frontline services because, you know, even with the onboarding of grade R, as it's coming on since the Bella Act hasn't been enforced, we've got to make sure that we've got teachers that are going to teach grade R. We've got to make sure that we've got infrastructure to get grade R into our schools. Well, I've taken note of the LTSM or / textbooks and workbooks that some of the members have raised. I see that Honorable Kabanjaba has raised the issue around Temba. I'll definitely be engaging with the MEC there to find out what the issue is. Ultimately, I mean, we are now 6 days away from our final NSC exams, and we need to make sure that our learners are equipped for that. I've dealt with the issue around conditional grants. And then the other issue that came up is around inclusive education. That came up from Honorable Christians. And I want to assure members, and that's why when I delivered my budget speech at the beginning of this term, I indicated that inclusive education is one of the key priorities of this of the 7th administration, because we know that we have, while there has been some work done, there's a lot more that we can do. But I also want to assure members, Chair, that with the introduction of ASIDI in our sector, this is also going to help us with early detection of children with special needs. Because one of the things that we're going to be doing in the ASIDI centers to make sure that there's a lot of screening for children so that when they do exhibit signs that they do require special dispensation or special needs, or they need to go to a special school, then we'll be able to refer them quite quickly on, and also to make sure that rehabilitation is done. But I also take the point that mainstream schools should be a lot more inclusive. Things like creating ramps for wheelchairs and the like is quite important. And then just two things lastly, Chair, before I step off. Honorable Mashavela spoke about the NSP and scholar transport being adequately funded. The NSP in particular, Chair, is one of those grants that is conditional. And so ultimately, provinces should not be spending money meant for the school nutrition program for anything else. There are 9.7 million beneficiaries of this program, Chair, and they cannot be let down. And so even in the context of budget constraints, we have to look after that grant. And so one of the things that we want to do is to see how we better design the NSP program so that it makes sure it ensures that all 9.7 million learners get a warm meal every single day at school, because ultimately you can't educate children on an empty stomach. And then lastly, the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I've noted that the department has reduced this wasteful expenditure, but we have to do a lot better. We have to bring it down from that over 900 million rand to a lot lower than that. And that's something that we are going to be taking on board to see how can we make sure that we do that, even in the context where we deal with huge infrastructure problems. As I said, some of the implementing agents being some of our biggest culprits. But Chair, I will hand over back to you, and the DG should be on to answer some of the questions if I have not provided more detailed answers. And then, of course, the Internal Audit Committee can also take over. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. And the team, you can respond.
Yeah.
Internal Audit.
Yeah, Chair. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, no, DG, that's fine. You can go on.
Yeah, my network is very fragile, Chair. Thank you very much. Let me start by the question of the independence of the audit committee. The audit committee is a creation of Section 38 of the PFMA. The doctrine of segregation of duties apply. If it's compromised, it impacts negatively on the organization. I'll just leave it as such. It's a creation of Section 38 of the PFMA. And the chair of the audit committee, I'm sure, will be able to deal with other issues. I also want to add, whilst we take full responsibility of what happens in the department and monitor and support provinces, it should also be borne in mind that PEDs also have their own mechanisms and structures that are regulated by the PFMA. Our role is to advise and support. And beyond that, there's very little or nothing that we can do. The other issue is, Honorable Saba Nsaba said, did DBE comply with the PFMA? If you check the audit report of this year, it says where we used to experience problems, which is the quality of our financial statements, has tremendously improved. In fact, DBE has improved in many areas, including issues that are related to monitoring and so on. Consequence management, that we implement throughout without any reservation, and we can provide Honorable Mashabel a list and details of who was involved in doing what, but we are somehow limited by something called progressive discipline. And I mean, even some of the findings of labor relations, which I didn't agree with, But unfortunately, if people take you to either the CCMA or the court, you are likely to lose. Where you feel that the gravity of the offense is such that you don't necessarily have to follow progressive discipline, but you are advised that that's the route that you need to follow anyway. And then the issue of LTSM and infrastructure. Well, the inadequate funding and budget cuts, particularly on COE, have led to provinces compromising allocations for LTSM, infrastructure, norms and standards for school funding. They have led exactly to that. And I'm very disappointed with the colleague from the FFC who said that funding has been increasing, but it doesn't show on the ground. The reality is, we first have to say the funding that has increased, has it addressed historical backlogs? And that's why, I mean, honorable members are saying the disparities are still apparent on the ground. Even the FFC formula, does it work? The redress factor. If it works, why is it that there's still large margins of poverty between provinces such as Western Cape, Gauteng, and the rest of the other provinces? And those are the questions that we need to answer. And the reality is that the redress factor from the FFC formula doesn't seem to be working because the disparities still exist. The other issues the minister has eloquently and adequately addressed. Jos Lovo School will have to follow up on that and make sure that we address all the other issues that are raised here. But the issue of, dealing with issues of teachers in access. The fact that teachers have been identified as being in access, it means that they are not needed in that school. So it shouldn't impact service delivery in any way because they are not needed. Safety of learners due to lack of scholar transport. And again, some of the money which would have been used for scholar transport is used in teachers because of budget cuts, inadequate funding, which we are addressing together with the National Treasury. Quality of textbooks for grade R learners, the minister said will definitely follow that up. Whether there's monitoring of grants, yes, there is. I have meetings with HODs regularly. We can provide those reports. At HEDCOM, we monitor them. We report to CM. We do monitor quite regularly. The issue of the marginalization of the black learner, I've indicated that some are historical, some are even maintained by current, funding modalities and, interventions. Honorable Christian, reducing the backlog on infrastructure, we can provide figures on that. We have substantially reduced backlog. For instance, on pit latrines, we are now only left with 241 to finish in this financial year. The issue of libraries and computers, we are also addressing that through. And just to add on what the minister said about implementing agent, it shouldn't sound like we are saying we are helpless and all of that. We had a workshop this year, beginning of this year. We came up with the framework agreement. We are going to engage implementing agents that are performing. Those that are not performing, we are going to put them out. And we are also going to look for other alternatives that are also included in the framework agreement. Sulu is in the meeting, can confirm this. Mainstream school battling with inclusive education. Well, we are not running a perfect system, but where we are compared to where we come from, I think some progress has been made. If there are still things that we need to address, definitely we'll continue to that. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it must be understood. Many of these projects are multi-year projects. They might have not started this year. They might have started at the point when the project started and we addressed them. But because the project is not complete, it's still recorded as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Monitoring, we can provide a number of reports on monitoring, Honorable Low. I'm happy to even provide my own reports, which are quite voluminous. Consequence management, I've indicated we can provide more details on that. What are the key financial areas of non-compliance? It's mainly where, for instance, in infrastructure, where the policy says don't procure some of the equipment out of the country and then either contractors or implementing agents comply. And that irregular expenditure does not amount to corruption. Doesn't mean money has been stolen. It means that people have not complied with the requirements of the legislation, because the impact of that is that they take away job opportunities for South Africans. But the reality is that the project has been delivered. Honorable Training, no water in rural areas of KZN and so on. We'll address that with the Department of Education. Some of it we've been addressing through ASIDI and IEG. And then the minister talked about NSNP, scholar transport, access to quality education. Is this for everyone? We try our bit. The redress factor, policies of government, there's ample evidence to suggest that it is working, not 100%, not in all areas, but it's definitely working. Is there any breakdown of how many people have been held accountable for fraud? We do have that data in abundance. Honorable Chair, I will then ask the colleagues and the chair of the Audit Committee to maybe help me to answer some of the questions. And some will answer much more substantial when we appear tomorrow for the annual report. But thank you very much for the privilege, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, DG and the Minister. Before we allow the audit chair to come, you see, one of the things that we do, all of us, and they are quite disheartening. So we make presentations, we speak about numbers, and we forget the faces behind those numbers. You see, the issue of shortages of textbooks in other schools in October, just a week before we are writing, before the learners will be sitting for their examinations. It's not a by the way issue. It's not a by the way. It can't be a by the way issue. It can't be an issue where we are just complacent on. The fact of the matter is that we should have known, even when we went to those schools. This should have been an issue that you would have told us as a DPE, because you would have been doing your own monitoring that learners did receive workbooks and they received textbooks. So before we went to the oversight visits, we should have known, you should have told us that no, we are actually experiencing challenges in other areas in terms of shortages of textbooks. And these were sentiments of the portfolio committee members when we made those incidences. Because we asked the department, because the department representation was there, did you know that in this school, one of the schools that we went to, did you know that there is shortages of textbooks? And the principal that was making a presentation was saying, actually 3 years ago when he arrived in the school, still there were certain learners without textbooks. And I don't think that's a by the way issue, Minister and DG. It can't be correct. It means in October, we did not know as a Department of Basic Education that there is certain learners that did not receive textbooks. And for me, that is not a by the way issue. As a result, we said that we would want to know in terms of consequence management in those areas, in those provinces. It can't be correct. It can't be something that we so casual about. I think all of us must be seriously concerned with the fact that in October, you know, it reminds me of an incident in Limpopo where learners did not have textbooks for the large part of the year, and all of us woke up when some NGO took us to court, and that for me is concerning. So the issue on the textbooks, shortages of textbooks We want you to substantially speak to us about it and your monitoring systems to ensure that at least by the first term, we are assured that all learners have received their textbooks. The issue of retrieval of textbooks and you know the reasons that
Recording
we were given
stopped.
that, oh, there was a SGB refused to buy textbooks. Who did that? And we said, well, that is not our concern. Our concern is learners must have books. Learners must have learning and teaching material. And the fact that all of us find out when we visit a school in October, that for me was a huge problem. It was a huge issue because it means we don't have mechanisms in the system to detect if learners have sufficient learning and teaching material. And that for me is a problem. So on that one, we've said that we must send specific report to yourselves. And Minister, the other thing, we were with your team. So don't wait for our comprehensive report. We're with your team. Every time when we could not get answers, we asked them, do you know about this? What has been your intervention? So they would have a report on issues, specific issues that we picked up in the schools, and especially the issue of textbooks. So I do believe that by now, and you should be saying to us, substantively, we've investigated this matter, and this is our preliminary response. And we should be very clear. We are very clear with you that we want consequence management where learners did not receive textbooks. Whoever who was responsible for acquiring textbooks for learners, and those people did not do that until October, those people must be held responsible. They must be held liable, because that is really depriving our children the ability to learn in an environment where they've got all support materials, and we can't accept that. I think that is a non-negotiable. The issue of redress formula, as you allude, DG, which is something that look, if there's something that you're going to hear the entire 5 years from us, is this one. Until we come up with a formula that speaks to the plight of all learners in our communities. One of the questions that I asked, and I haven't received any information either from anyone who responded, is that have we ever monitored? Did we ever bother ourselves with monitoring the admission and the placement trends in the former Model C schools? Because one of the issues, and I raised this thing and I said it when I made my reflections on the oversight, one of the issues that you've got a frustrated middle strata, the black frustrated middle strata.
Recording in progress.
Now, every day we have many letters that come to the committee about admission and placement of learners. And parents are seemingly saying to us, there is racial profiling in the admission of learners in certain, especially in the former Model C schools, your large schools, your poor schools. And when they make that insinuation that there is racial profiling, we go into the schools and we look at the population of the school, we look at the demographics of the schools, and you get it, that the parents are actually correct. Those schools deliberately ensure that their admission, when they admit learners, they deliberately choose learners of a certain race. And they do that utilizing a language policy. And that for me is something that I have not had any, perhaps if the DG says we are going to substantially respond on it tomorrow, we'll wait for that substantial response tomorrow. Because for me, that is another issue that we can't continue having a laissez-faire attitude towards it. It's something that we ought to converse about, and we've got to ensure that we change the outlook of it. The issue of the teachers that are declared in excess, DG, your response is actually unfortunate. It's totally unfortunate, because you see, we go to a school where a principal says we are losing 3 teachers, and that is going to seriously impact, negatively impact. And this is in a school where we are told there is one class with 40 learners. And we are told we are losing 3 teachers, One of the teachers that they're losing is a teacher who's teaching physical science. And the school's performance in physical science is actually low. It has actually regressed. And we're told, no, these teachers are declared in excess. I think how we have been handling this issue of declaration of posts, firstly, we are handling it in a manner that we don't consider the fact that people are going to be losing employment. 2,400 teachers are going to be losing employment. And how we speak about it, we hide behind the terms of no declaration, excess of posts, and you go to the schools that are at the receiving end, and the principal say to you, this is going to adversely affect or impact the performance of learners in the school. If I lose, and this is what the principal was saying. It's a principal who was telling us that, look, I'm losing 3 teachers, and this is going to seriously negatively impact on the performance of learners, because I'm going to have a crisis. And when we speak here, we say, no, but those teachers they're not needed. According to whom? They're not needed according to whom? And this is why we said to the department in the Western Cape, give us your criteria. Tell us, give us your criteria on this declaration of excess posts, because the schools that are going to suffer, the schools that are suffering are the schools that are in your quintile 1 and quintile 3. And they're suffering because, and this is what I was speaking about, expenditure per learner. They're suffering because there's no excess school fees that is from the SGP that will say, no, actually, we'll actually complement, we'll take on these teachers. There's no one who will do that. So when a school loses their teacher, they've lost their teacher because they can't do anything. And that is how we perpetuate the picture that we're seeing. That is how it is so painful to walk into schools, different schools, and you see the very same picture that we've been saying that we're regressing over the past 30 years. So for me, that response is really, really unfortunate. It's unfortunate that ours is just to say, no, but they are in excess. Have we done our due diligence to say that indeed? And we sit where we are seated as DBE and say, indeed, in terms of what the department has done in the province, we believe these teachers were not needed in this school. And we take into consideration factors like the area where the school is, the number of learners that are in that school, the support the school gets. If you go to the schools that we're speaking about, where we speak about the abundance of resources they've got, they were reporting to us about even additional funding that they get from sponsors. But you can't go to Joslovo and say there is additional sponsors. Now, when you go there and you just apply a blanket approach, no, declare teachers. For me, there is fundamentally a lot of issues with this approach that we are applying as a department. Even our responses, I think that should be the approach. I think we must have a serious conversation about what this thing means. And if we're paying our due diligence in ensuring that we are not going to compromise the quality of teaching, especially for the poor child. And that poor child, the face of that poor child in this country is black. It's black. So I really, really, really believe that moving forward, let us really, really, in our tone, our attitude towards this issue of teachers that are declared in excess, let us really be careful on how do we say this and where do we say it, because it can't be that we say it as if it's something that is just easy. It is not easy. And it is not that in other schools it is done, yes, there will not be any, because we did not need the teacher anyway. If we did not need the teachers anyway, let's look at the performance of learners. Are those schools performing? And we're speaking about an example, one example. And this is a narrative that we've been getting from majority of the schools that are, townships that we visited. The last issue is on your scholar transport, the grant on your scholar transport. Your policy of 5-kilometer radius, you're covering learners that are, you go to farm schools that are in predominantly farm areas. A 5-kilometer walk in those areas It's not the same with a 5-kilometer walk in a township where learners will be 20 and they will walk in a group to a school and they will walk 45 minutes, and that's fine. You go to those areas and you just, even when you drive to the area, you look at the area, you imagine a grade 1 learner, you imagine a grade R learner that is going to walk 45 minutes to school. And then you ask yourself, really? And that is why in those areas, when you get there, you are told by the same school management that we are actually experiencing a high school dropout rate. And you look at the factors and you realize that indeed there would be. So I really want us to interrogate our policies, which we just apply. And sometimes in many instances, we just apply them. We say, no, that's uniform. It's a uniform approach. And when you look at this uniform approach, it puts others, those who've already been oppressed, those who've already been at a disadvantaged position, it puts them further away from getting the necessary support. So for me, those issues, I think we really, I do believe and I hope that tomorrow, when you substantially respond, you substantially touch on these issues. And perhaps our tone should be that, really, are we doing justice? Are we really doing justice with these policies that we have, with all these provisions that we have? It's fine. I will allow then the chairperson of the internal audit, if you still have things to respond to, and I'll allow members to, if there's any follow-up question, and then we can then close the meeting. Internal audit, do you have issues that you want to still respond to?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and my apologies, I didn't note the Minister in the meeting in the beginning. Honourable Minister, good afternoon. I think, Honourable Chair, the majority of the questions have been responded to from Honourable Christians in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, what specific actions have been taken. There's the framework agreement the DG has referred to, and to get rid of certain implementing agents, etc. But I think there's two key themes in terms of the questions, DG, that I've picked up, and I think it might be valuable that tomorrow in the detail session, the two key things in terms of fruitless and wasteful, and then consequence management, maybe be dealt with in detail for the members, Ms. Sagame in terms of from the department side, and then also from Stiale in terms of the implementing agents, because I think there are a number of overlapping questions, Honourable Chair, with regard to this. There was the question from the member also in terms of ASIDI and finance, the cooperation. As I've indicated, that has improved substantially, and that has also contributed to the fact that we've submitted financial statements, not we, the department, has submitted financial statements that were free of material misstatements. The Honourable Mashabela, the independence guaranteed is through the Public Finance Management Act, but specifically in Chapter 3 of the Treasury Regulations that gives the Audit Committee its powers and its independence. In terms of the departments, I've indicated at the beginning, we are 5 members in the Audit Committee. They are all 5 from outside the department, all industry experts that is serving in terms of that independence question. There was also a follow-up on the irregular, fruitless and wasteful. I don't want to go back to that. It's been addressed. The consequence management, Honourable Mashabela has also asked, and I think DG, if you maybe can ask that the comprehensive answer be given tomorrow with regard to that, because I heard the questions with the AG's presentation and from a number of members this afternoon as well, and among them Honourable Lowe as well. In terms of the condonation of the irregular expenditure, Honourable Mashabela, there's a National Treasury approved process for this. The prescript is that there must be an investigation. All liable officials must be taken through consequence management, and then the labour relations process must be conducted. There must be a verification that fraud has not occurred, because fraud will not be condoned. and that there's evidence of at least value for money. So, you know, sometimes you get that there was a problem with the tender, but the job was delivered properly. But we have to condone the irregular if there's non-performance, poor value for money, or possible fraud, then it's not condoned. So it will only be condoned in those cases, Honourable Member. Okay, there was the follow-up on consequence management again. Honourable Chair, your own question was on risk management and how the capacity with regard to risk management. There is a strategic risk register. There's also operational risk register, Honourable Chair, that includes risks such as inadequate planning of infrastructure programs, inappropriate allocation of the budget, non-compliance with PFMA and regulations, inequitable distribution of funding. There's about 20 of them. I'm not going to read all of them, Honourable Chair. Then there are representatives from every branch in the risk management committee. Where there's a risk identified, there's action plans that must be implemented. And that is reported. The progress on these action plans are reported at the risk management committee. The risk management committee is then chaired by one of the audit committee members as an independent person, and it reports into the audit committee. We have seen progress. It took some time for risk management to be embedded in the department, but we have seen progress with regard to that as well. And it includes ethics, etc. And then we have a risk-based internal audit plan. So the internal auditors take that risk register, strategic and operational, and see where are our high risk, high impact risks, and those are covered through what we then approve that the audit, internal audit should go and review, and then we get the comments on that. Yes, in terms of the capacity of internal audit to monitor in terms of early warning, we can only do this from the reporting that we receive. Remember, the audit committee, well, the PFMA prescribes 2 meetings a year, but that's impossible. We've got 4 quarterly meetings. At that quarterly meetings, we see if there are early warning in terms of expenditure, red flags of possible over expenditure. We get internal audit reports, Honourable Chair, in terms of the risk areas that we've identified. And then we also get the feedback from the Auditor-General, both in the interim audit, which is very important, and then the final. And then that is how we are able to monitor these cases. I think I've covered all the questions. I think, except the detail in terms of fruitless and wasteful DG. I don't know if you'll allocate that, and then also consequence management, because I can see there is a need from members to just get some more. In consequence management, Honourable Mashabela, there's two legs to this. The one is the consequence management in terms of the implementing agents and then either non-performance or irregular expenditure. And then there's also consequence management with departmental officials. And we've been closely monitoring, especially with our departmental officials. I think everything, and Mr. Khame might have to come and indicate to us, DG, but all those with officials, where it was possible, was conducted and finished, Honourable Member. There are some cases, 1 or 2, where the staff member has left or passed on or something like that. But the progress with regard to the implementing agents and consequence management there is a bit slower. Honourable Chair, I am trying to be brief. I hope I've covered the questions sufficiently. Thank you.
Chair, do you mind if I come in quickly?
No. Let me just check if there's any follow-up so that when you come in, you wrap up if there are other follow-up questions. Members,
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Is Mam Kabanchaba here? Chair, the issue of mismanagement of funds, I want to concur with you, Chair, to say it seems like it is a by the way issue, because why? Our kids are not learning in these schools of rural areas. Our kids are in the schools of malterracious schools. That is why it looks like a by the way issue, issue that is lousy, which is not lousy. These are the kids. These are the human beings. And also to chair the Vusi High School. Can you imagine 3 years your kid is there learning without the textbook for 3 years? The teacher must tell us why this school was not having a textbook for the 3 years. But DG came to us, reported that everything is fine. We are ready for the exam. Also, Chair, in Naba Beep High School, children there, they are getting 1 meal for the day. In Northern Cape, Naba Beep High School. Now, my question is that in the news, there was a question by the tender that was given one company, which is one person, for the whole country. Is this person, is this company still a relevant company to give our school nutrition in the schools? If some of the schools are suffering about eating nutrition in the schools. Thank you, Chair.
Any other follow-up question? Okay. Minister, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on a couple of things. I just want to follow up on a particular issue that you raised, and the issue of budget cuts. Chair, I won't lie. I think I'm quite encouraged that the committee is as passionate about this issue as I am, because this is part of the reason why we have done the analysis of all the budget deficits in the province. We have produced a consolidated report that we took directly to Treasury to say to Treasury, this is where provinces are struggling. Chair, before, this has never been done, where provinces, they have opened their books to DBE for DBE to look at where are the pressure points. And we've done that because there have been issues around provinces saying some of them can't retain their basket of posts, and some of them saying, yes, we can retain the basket of posts, but it will come at a cost to other things. And because of that, it really spurred us to say, well, we can't simply just accept that. We have to make an impassioned plea to not only Treasury, but I think to the Cabinet in its entirety, to say, well, we can't have a scenario where frontline services are compromised. You make reference, Chair, to schools that are saying we can't actually do without 2 or 3 teachers. It's going to mean overcrowding. And that's exactly the point that we are making to Treasury, that yes, I mean, yes, some provinces may retain their basket of posts, but if children are increasing every year, for instance, like a place like Gauteng, that says they experience at least 60,000 learners every year who come into the province from the continent, from the rest of the country. You can't then say you're retaining the same basket of posts, because what you're then dealing with is then you're dealing with overcrowding in classrooms, and that compromises outcomes. So the point I'm trying to make is that the committee and ourselves are in Edinburgh about this very point. And this is why we are asking Treasury to say we need in-year support. So that means at the medium term budget policy statement, we also need to relook at the budgeting process and the allocation of budgets, of equitable share of how provinces are spending their education budgets in the new financial year. The point, again, I just wish to drive home, Chair, is that you will not find a group of people who are more committed to safeguarding frontline services like we are. because we know that if you are compromising on the number of teachers in the classroom, you are compromising on education outcomes. So I'm absolutely in agreement with you. And in fact, I'm glad that the committee is in agreement about the fact that this is a crisis, that this is a government-wide crisis, that is not just a DBE thing, but that is something that needs to be taken to the seat of government, because I really hope that we can rely on your support in Parliament in asking the Ministers of Finance, the President, the Deputy President, on some of what we can do as a government to shield our teachers and to make sure that we've got a teacher in every classroom that is teaching at least 7 hours of schooling a day. So that is something that I'm absolutely obsessed in making sure that we do, because otherwise we're never going to bridge the gap that many members have spoken about. We're never going to be able to undo the inequality that many members have spoken about if we continue to see the chronic underfunding of the education sector over the years. We have to do something different, and we have to arrest this. And so that's why I'm saying that I'm glad that we are in agreement about this, because we need as many voices as possible in making the case to the people who control the purse strings to say that where provinces are spending their money and they're spending their money well, may they not be punished by not being able to fill critical posts. May they not be punished so that we cannot see learners, 50, 60 learners in a classroom. Then the last issue I think I want to address, Chair, is the issue that is raised by Honorable Banjaba about the school nutrition program. I want to just make it clear, Chair, that the school nutrition program is a 10 billion rand line budget item in our budget that is allocated to us directly from Treasury through the DBE. The matter that the Honorable Member is speaking to about the centralized model that was proposed, that proposal and that contract and that tender that had gone out has been cancelled on the basis that I was not convinced that we had done the due diligence that we needed to do in ensuring that we look after the integrity of the school nutrition program. I was not convinced that there is one certain supplier in the country that can centrally do this at this point in time. And I have requested the department to say, let's halt that process. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's see how we can make the school nutrition program a lot more efficient. We can make sure that it's got a lot more quality. It's a lot more nutritious to children, and it can extend to a lot more children, especially now getting grade R into the system. So we are in the process of doing that, of redesigning that school nutrition program. We're going to be sitting and redesigning it, not just ourselves. We've invited the Auditor-General to come along on the journey so that they can see what we are designing. Is it, in terms of the audit, sound? Is it going to be something that is going to be financially sound at the end of the day? We are going to be inviting various stakeholders to make inputs on how we design this program. But I want to assure members that the school nutrition program as it stands has not changed, but it is inefficient. It's not every single child is getting a meal every single day, and not every single child is getting a nutritious meal every single day. And that's why I'm saying that we've got to redesign it. But as things stand, the 9.7 million children who've been budgeted to benefit from that program are benefiting from that program while we do our own internal processes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. So we are going to adjourn today. We are adjourning with a footnote to yourselves, Minister, in the department that will share with you the information that we had requested from the PEDs and from the reflections when we started the meeting, to stress it that it's important that the PEDs do send us that information. We were promised that information last week already. We've not received it, and we want that information. We are parting, or we are closing the meeting with the understanding that some of the issues that we are touched on we really need to have a discussion, and we're hoping that there will be substantive responses to some of those issues tomorrow, as the DG would have alluded. We are parting ways with an understanding that there are various issues that came out of our discussions, and as a result, we might need a separate engagement with yourselves and the AGSA in the near future. So we'll have to check into our program, our third-term program, and see where we can fit this engagement. But honorable members, I do hope that we've at least up to this far received responses that are satisfactory. And we will then continue our meeting tomorrow. Mr. Brown, just alert us, what time are we starting tomorrow?
Thank you, Chairperson. The meeting will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, starting with the DBE, followed by Thais and Umalusi.
Okay. So I want to release the basic education team. Just to check, Mr. Brown, do we have minutes that we are supposed to process? I know you've sent us a set of minutes.
Yes, Chairperson, we had one set of minutes, and there were two drafts.
We can release DBE, the DBE team. Thank you very much. We will see you. Or
Thank you, Chair. We'll meet again tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Long live the chair and honorable members. Thank you.
Bye-bye, DG. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Chairperson Siyabonga.
Bye-bye. Mr. Brown, so in terms of our agenda, are we dealing with the minutes?
Yes, Chairperson, as indicated, we had one set of minutes. We also have two outstanding draft reports. I'm not sure whether members, whether we will be able to deal with that this afternoon, but I can just flight the minutes in the meantime.
Yes, which reports are those ones?
Chair, the one report is, of course, on the workshop we had at the start of the term. And then there's also the draft report on the quarter one from DBE. Those are the two reports that are still outstanding.
Did you send us the reports?
Yes, Chairperson, they were sent to members
okay.
A while ago.
Members, I'm proposing that we deal with the reports tomorrow. Just a reminder that you were sent the reports. So please go through the reports and thoroughly check the reports so that we can deal with them tomorrow and adopt the reports. Now I want us to go through the set of minutes, and we adopt the minutes. I think it will be important for us to deal with the minutes because we at least I have interfaced with the minutes, and I do hope members interfaced with the minutes. Honorable members, these are the minutes of the Portfolio Committee meeting of the 17th of September 2024. We had received a briefing from DBE and a preliminary report on the state of readiness on NSC examinations 2024. We received these reports from both DBE and Umalusi. And the attendance register is as it shows. Let's go to the content. So I'm taking it that members went through these minutes, and I want to check if there are any hands that wants to raise issues of corrections, and then we can move to adopting these minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Honorable Thaban Chaba here. I did go through to the minutes, I stand to adopt the minute as a true reflection. And also, Chair, I want to apologize in advance for tomorrow. I won't be with this committee because the Public Service and Administration is sitting tomorrow morning and is physical. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nchaba. Are you sitting for the rest of the day?
Yes, Chair. It seems like that, but I will check. If it's not, I'll come back.
Okay, because we're only starting in the afternoon. Okay, thank
Yes,
you very
I will
much,
check.
Honorable Nchaba. Any seconder to the adoption of the minutes?
Chair,
Members, yes. Honorable.
I second the minutes adoption by Mam Kab. Thank you.
Okay, the minutes are duly adopted. That was the last item on our agenda, right, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes.
Okay. Now, honorable members, just in-house issues. One, given the outcomes of the oversight visit, I had requested Mr. Brown to look at the possibility of meeting, because you would remember that in the next week, in terms of our program, we are supposed to have discussions with PEDs, all the 9 PEDs on budget cuts. But I thought that it would be important for us to have a meeting with at least 3 PEDs. At least let's look at Friday next week. We can do it virtually, where we have a meeting with the 3 DBEs and PEDs. And the first 2, of course, will be the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. And we will be specifically dealing with the issues that we picked up, and we get their responses and we interact with these PEDs. I want us to add, of course, either Limpopo or the Eastern Cape, given the outcomes or given the presentation of the AGSA, so that we allow ourselves sufficient time in the next week when we engage with the PEDs, so that we allow ourselves sufficient time to deal with the issues that will be raised by the 6 remaining PEDs. So the 6 remaining PEDs will be the Northwest, the Free State, Gauteng, KZN, and and if either Eastern Cape or Limpopo, it will depend on which one we will take on this Friday. So I'm pleading with members. I know Friday usually members say they are traveling, but it is the only day where we're given a free day to have extra portfolio committee meetings, because it's actually a committee's day. So when we apply for Wednesday, it usually creates a problem of clashes for other members, and we don't want to consistently disadvantage other members. So we are considering having this meeting on Friday next week. So Mr. Brown will communicate, and we will then be engaging with the 3 PEDs. Our engagements will engage with them, we'll write to them that our engagement will extend the scope of our engagements from just engaging on the budget cuts. We'll also, with the 2 provinces, reflect on the oversight visit report, but we'll also, with the 1 other province, apart from just the budget cuts, we'll also look at the AG's report, AGSA report, and the analysis of FFC in terms of certain progress. I thought I should just engage or inform members of this. And outside any other issues, our meeting is adjourned, and let's see each other tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Bye.
Recording stopped.